You're wrong.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one, yeah, that will show the proof. Become the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their minds. Become an agent of the logos. Become an agent of the logos. We are the agents of the logos.
We are live. Welcome everyone. Tuesday, Logic Day. It's going to be a little bit of a different going over of a Logic Day today. It'll get there in the end though. Hopefully, if we can get there. So, repercussions of the Model Affliction Monday. It was quite a heavy one yesterday. There was quite a few people in. Went on quite long. Don't think tonight's will be as long as that. But yeah, the struggling for tangents and two twin tangents on the same straight line. Trying to link it to LIGO, which is what FE Dogma's done. But FE Dogma and Ruhith earlier today and like last night have seemed to have given up the idea of the same circle, like rumpus. They're just either extending radiuses or they're just making new circles completely in different places in order to get two tangents on the same. I think it's interesting, all of the things that the steps that they're having to go through to justify what F.E. Dogma put in his video last year. Very strange. But today, it's going to be a little bit different. We're going over a video from a group of people that, well, we've already met. Some of us have already met. And you'll hear some of that conversation. Right, so if I... oh, I can science that. Is that... I think that might be the guy that's going in the video that we're going over tonight. Is it, or is it somebody just changed the name? Welcome, if that is you. Yeah, we're going over a video tonight. Let me get it out, get it ready. This is, we get the screen on the Discord. You guys in Discord should be able to see that screen. I will just sort it out on the YouTube. And boom. Look it over. Now, this is, I don't know how this came about that we were looking at this. I don't know. I guess Logos dropped it on us. This is a video from about a month ago. These guys, Cambridge Skeptics, did this video, and it was just the beginning of the video initially that interested me.
Yeah.
But then later on, you'll see why, because I want to go through this. But so, you guys, can everybody see that? Everybody's okay? You in YouTube are good? I'll just go over the first bit of this video. First, maybe five minutes or so. Maybe stop it a couple of times, and then we'll have a look at some comments, and I'll walk you through a story. Right, so here we go.
Hello and welcome to Cambridge Skeptics Live. Cambridge Skeptics are a not-for-profit community organisation based in Cambridge for the promotion of positive skepticism and critical thinking skills. I'm very excited this evening to have I Can Science That with us. We've only just met for the first time this evening, but we've worked with him before. I don't know if any of you remember, we did a measuring the shape of the Earth experiment over a year ago now. And that was organised by Matt here. And
that was his fault, was it?
Yes, that was his fault. That was why we stood out.
Field.
Yes, going, where is the sun? Yes, so that was all his fault, and we had a great time doing that. But yes, very glad to have him here this evening, and he's going to talk to us about how we can make a better flat earther. So I'll hand over to you, Matt.
All right, thank you. Actually, it was June of last year, so 11 months ago.
The solstice, sorry.
The solstice. It was on the solstice.
You're not hinting we have to go back out there and do it again, are you?
Not unless you want to. But you guys are near Bedford. Maybe you should reproduce the famous, Bedford level.
We dedicated a fair amount of time.
Yes,
with a friend of ours to try and
do another experiment there.
Yeah, do another
But
experiment.
we ran out of time in the year, effectively. So I think his plan is to do something with it this year, but it is starting to get a bit late in the year. I would have expected him to start, but that involved setting up massive targets along the river and then measuring that we could raise and lower to see, if the Earth.
Yeah, that was the original. Was it Alfred Wallace, right?
Yes, something like that. So that was a lot of work, but unfortunately we ran out of time in the year and the weather was turning on us. We didn't get a chance to actually do a proper day of measurements. But
I'd be really excited to see that one, especially if you can coax some genuine flat earthers to come out.
We had some turn up while we were setting it up. They came along, and stood at the river with their cameras and went, "Yeah, it's flat." So I'd be interested to see if them come along and actually for the actual event and see what we do. But I don't.
To be fair, it is pretty flat out there.
Yeah, you do honestly. You walk along that and you're like, I can get where they're coming from. It looks flat.
Absolutely. I mean, it is flat. It's always flat, except for when it's curved.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, and that's what it's all about. So,
okay. So, this guy here, called Andrew, was talking about a time he met some people at a test at Bedford that him and his friends were doing, and they turned up while they were setting up. Yeah. It's a bit strange, really, because those people that he's talking about that was us.
That was us. Yeah. We'd already been there a while.
Spot on. Me, DP, Bloods, my two lads, all talked to this Andrew, and Andrew introduced himself as the enemy. I'll go over some of the comments just to go over it. Right. So this is my comment after I'd read this and after I'd heard that. I said, I've just been made aware of this video. Would you like to talk about your misrepresentation of us sometime? We can also talk about the dropping water level test that will hopefully be performed later this year, and a geometric test we have for a shared straight line segment in reality that we're calling the realizing Euclid tests. I hope to get a chance to show you the test and to explain that we're most definitely not flat earthers. I look forward to hearing back from you. To which the Cambridge Skeptics reply back, could you be more specific with regards to where you think we misrepresented you? The Flat Earth community is an incredibly diverse group, and while you personally may not hold all of the beliefs discussed, there are members of that community that do. As such, I don't think you can claim we have misrepresented Flat Earth believers just because you personally do not hold all the beliefs that were discussed. Well, I'm just talking about the misrepresentation. I mean, I don't know if he met any other Flat Earthers. Well, I definitely didn't when we were there. We were the only people there with cameras and all that. And we would already set up when he came over to us. So we didn't expect Rumpus to be going there. We didn't know Rumpus was going to be there. So we were just going for a viewing of the Bedford level because why not? We've already done it. We've done it before. We've been there. We go there quite often to check it out, to see what we can see with the cameras, right? And I can vouch for everyone. I say, we didn't tell him it was flat. We didn't say that at all. Not one of us did. It's in two narrows of a waterway. It's definitely not flat. The Earth, that is. Right, and he says, as for your experiments, would you be willing to say a little more about that here? I have encountered several water level tests that suffer from the problem of not actually demonstrating anything either way. And the realizing Euclid test sounds at first pass a bit like the force the line experiment, which, despite being an interesting idea, would be next to impossible to pull off in reality. I would love to hear you actually what you actually plan to do and what you will be testing and what predictions you are making. Okay, next one, comment. We've already done the test that was explained to you on the day. We also explained to you that we, brackets, the people you met and introduced yourself to as the enemy, that we were most definitely not flat earthers. So saying that you met some flat earthers on the day is misrepresenting us as something we specifically told you we were not. I would like to see a description of the test. If you would like to see a description of the test and our encounter being discussed, we'll be going over it soon. If you would like to discuss either of the tests some more, I'm always up for a chat about the geometric tests available to us in reality. Cambridge Skeptics come back. Okay, I have no idea who you are specifically, but if you were one of the people from the group I met the best part of a year ago now, and you do not call yourself a flat earther, then I apologise. I remember talking to people at the Bedford levels about the shape of the earth, probably because he was bringing it up. And in my head, I remember them believing the earth to be flat. I mean, total misrepresentation. That's not what we said. If this was you and you don't think the earth is flat, then I stand corrected. Is there a term you prefer to use? Is globe skeptic a better fit? This is where the skeptic bit's going to come in tonight. From what I remember of the conversation, you were doing a test involving 2, possibly more, very long water levels and looking to see if the height of the water from those levels lined up at the point they met. I remember trying to explain that while it was certainly an interesting test, it wouldn't demonstrate anything either way, as the same exact result would be expected if the earth was flat or if the earth was a globe and gravity works the way we think it does. It's a water level test. It's got nothing to do with the earth shape at all, unfortunately. If this is the test you are talking about, then it suffers from the problem discussed in this video. Namely, it will not show anything either way, as the same result is expected under both hypotheses. As such, it is a pointless test. Wow. The test is a shared straight line segment proof in reality for Proposition 1, Book 11 of Euclidean geometry, the elements. It will prove that one part of a straight line cannot be in a plane and another part without it. I can speak for everyone there by saying not one of us is a flat earther. In fact, we can prove it's not flat. It's sort of what we do. We deal with logic, geometry, and critical thinking to help us make better arguments. If you'd like to discuss the proofs behind the test or how we're definitely not flat earthers, contact me here. And then he says, okay, for some reason your latest comment isn't showing. And then he starts with the quote marks and quoting what I said. He quotes, the test is a shared straight line segment proof in reality for Proposition 1, Book 11 of Euclidean geometry, the elements. You put, okay, would you like to explain what that would involve exactly and how it will demonstrate the shape of the earth one way or another? I don't know, earth shape obsessed. He says, he quotes again, I can speak for everyone there by saying not one of us is a flat earther. He put, good to hear. So what shape do you think the earth is? Telling me what you are doesn't really help. And telling me what you are not doesn't really help me understand your position. And I said, in fact, we can prove, he quotes, in fact, we can prove it's not flat. It's sort of what we do. Oh, so you believe the Earth is a globe then? I mean, I can prove that the Earth is not flat as well. Brilliant. We could do those together. We could do a proof for proof that the Earth's not flat. Be brilliant. Lots of people can. Good. Let's get them all out then. Let's actually work for the proofs again. It's not hard because it's not flat. Good. That's why we started at the basics. I'm a little confused as to why you won't just come out and say what shape you do think the Earth is, rather than dropping hints. I think the Earth is a globe. There. Easy. What general shape do you think it is? His question. He then quotes, we deal with logic, geometry and critical thinking to help us make better arguments. He put, that is a good goal to have. We do something similar in our group, though we don't generally focus on talking about the shape of the Earth all that much. Seems like he can't get it off his head. Right?
He is always talking about shape of the Earth, and now he is talking that he is not talking about shape of the Earth.
Yeah. And then he quotes again, if you'd like to discuss the proofs behind the tests or how we're definitely not flat earthers, contact me here. And he puts, but we are already talking here. Can you not continue discussing things like here like we are already doing? And great, you are not flat earthers. I still have absolutely no idea what position you do hold in that case. To which I reply, as I said, we're not flat earthers. Why are you so obsessed with the shape of the Earth? We've been looking into first principles and starting at the beginning of what's practical within the Euclidean logical principles. And for that, we're starting with Book 11, Proposition 1, as stated earlier. When we met you, we were visiting the Bedford Canal as a group meetup. We were just trying to see what Rumpus would be seeing when he does his test, as you were told. You were also told about the shared straight line segment test by Spot On. He explained the test and what it was about very well. I've got it on. I can hear it. My lad was filming with the P1000. It picks up sound. I've still got it. Conversation. Spot On ad with Andrew. On that day.
Yep.
I'm not big on text chat. I'm more of a voice chat guy. Let us know if you'd like to chat. And then he starts the quoting again. He quotes, as I said, we're not flat earthers. Why are you so obsessed with the shape of the Earth? He put, I'm not. But given the focus of this video is the shape of the Earth, it strikes me as strange that you're unwilling to even say what position you take on the matter. It's very difficult to have a discussion with someone if one of the people involved is unwilling to even say which position they are defending. Now, I didn't watch any more of this video. This literally as much of the video as I'd watched up until that point, the bit that he said. But I know I want to go over the video. I really like the idea of the video. Afterwards, I looked into it. Because somebody said we should have a word with the guy in the video, not these guys, these skeptics. It's really hard to talk to these guys. But he put, he then quotes, we've been looking into first principles and starting at the beginning of what's practical within Euclidean logical principles. And for that, we're starting with Book 11, Proposition 1, as stated earlier. He put, okay, that's nice for you. Why? What do you hope to achieve by doing this? Well, we can go over that at some point if anybody wants to think about it. And he put, you were also told about, quoted, you were also told about the shared straight line segment test by Spot On. He explained the test and what it was about very well. Right. So you are talking about the experiment. It's not an experiment. About the experiment using two very long water levels. So again, as I explained on the day and above, the results you get from that experiment don't demonstrate anything either way, as you would expect the exact same result under both the hypothesis that the Earth is generally a plane and under the hypothesis that the Earth is a globe and gravity works the way we think it does. It's like he adds that bit in at the end. As such, you cannot look at the results and draw a conclusion either way. This test supports both hypotheses and so cannot be used as evidence for one over the other. I'd just say non-developable surface versus developable surface. Pretty obvious. But, I mean, hey. So what you are hoping to achieve with this test? What conclusions have you drawn from the results? He puts, I'm not big on text chat. I'm more of a voice chat guy. Let us know where you'd like to chat. And I prefer to talk in chat where I have time to consider my answers and check points before replying. If that is not something you are interested in, then I completely understand. It's not for everyone. I am happy to continue talking here as long as you like. But if you don't want to continue, then no hard feelings on my part. And I took it as though that was the end of the conversation. He didn't seem to want to do any more, right? So that's the beginning of what the impression of we've got from Andrew here, that introduced himself as the enemy. We were sat on the bridge with the cameras just looking down the canal. I mean, he doesn't know what we've done. Doesn't know what my lad's done.
He mentioned at the beginning about measuring the shape of the earth.
Yeah.
So this is incorrect statement because you cannot measure shape. You can establish shape or recognize shape, but you cannot measure shape. This is not something to be measured. You can measure dimension, not shape. This is not nonsense, nonsensical statement.
Okie dokie.
But I think he wanted to put you into dichotomy, flat earther versus globe earthers.
Yeah, I mean, we told him on the day that we're not flat earthers. We've never been flat earthers. We've just got a test, practical test of Euclidean geometry in reality to establish known facts. Well, at least to do the baseline that we're going to start off with. But put that aside now, right? Now we switched attention to this video. A minute, I'll just let me swap back to Discord for a second because I'll get the sorry, was that I can silence that? Yeah, you can unmute, can you? I don't think you're not server muted, so you should be okay.
I think I can unmute.
Yeah. Should be good.
Am I speaking?
I think so. I can hear you.
Okay. Hi.
Everybody else, welcome.
Hi. Have you had any questions? Yeah, it was me in that video. So,
Well, we're going to be going over that video. I was just, have you got to go? Have you got a chance to stay for a bit?
I don't know when I'll have to run, but probably pretty soon.
Okie dokie. Well, at some point, I would like to. I've got some, like I said in there, we've got some tests, we've got some things. It'd be good to go over with some fresh faces. And you seem like a decent guy. We are going to go over the video tonight and your outlook on what you're doing. I don't know. I'm not too keen on the idea of trying to build a better flat earther. That sounds a little bit.
It was cheeky.
Yeah.
Not to be taken literally, I wouldn't think. And I'd like to apologize too if you're not a flat earther. I don't know you guys. I'm brand new here.
Yeah.
So
welcome.
I'm also very confused, as Andrew was, about exactly what you're trying to show.
What with
whatever you're doing.
So do you know about the straight line test?
I don't think I do. I think it must have been misrepresented to me.
Well, I don't know who has presented it to you, because I don't think Andrew has. I don't think unless he's talked about it earlier. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really know. So why don't you tell me? Why don't you tell me what is your test, and what is your hypothesis, and what are your competing hypotheses and your predictions, and tell me about it.
It literally, Proposition 1, Book 11, is Euclid. Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen Euclidean geometry, the elements?
I'm aware of Euclidean geometry, but no, I have not memorized.
You've never actually. No. I mean, you just.
No.
Yeah. Well, the first 10 books are 2D plane geometry, right? Teaches you how triangles and squares and circles and all relate to each other with the lines and the properties of the lines and all of that sort of stuff, right angles, right? But then once you get into book 11, it turns into solid geometry. Obviously 2D being a conceptual plane surface, but solid geometry is real, right? That's where it becomes real. So Proposition 1 states that no part of a straight line can lie within the plane and another part without it. And that's what we that's the test that we establish.
So you were trying to test whether that proposition was true?
Yeah, you're just trying to realize that very test. But because it's Euclidean geometry is on paper and conceptual 2D, once you bring it into the solid, then you can start dealing with planes in reality. Like you can establish a plane in reality, right? That's the concept of it.
I guess, okay, the concept is, let me see if I can repeat this and understand. The concept is if you can establish a plane, a physical object that is a plane, then you could measure whether any physical straight line deviates from the plane?
No, you could just replicate that test. You could replicate that proof, that proposition within Euclidean geometry in reality, right?
I don't see how you could. That seems quite circular to me.
What?
Because the definition of a plane would require that a line cannot exit the a line
straight
that is
line.
parallel to the plane at one
straight
point
line.
is
Yes.
parallel to the plane everywhere.
Straight line.
Yes.
A straight line. That's the point. It's a straight line.
A mathematical line, right? If it is within the plane at some point, parallel to and coincident with the plane, it is parallel to and coincident with the plane everywhere. And that's mathematically true.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, the point of this is no part of a straight line can lie within the plane and another part without it. I mean, it is just a Euclidean proof, right? Realized in reality.
Right, but then if you were to make a physical manifestation of a plane and a physical manifestation of a line,
Mm-hmm.
they
2
are
points.
now not mathematical; they are physical.
2
right?
points. Yeah.
Okay, so how would you determine whether the plane was in fact a plane? You would use that principle.
Shared straight line segment.
That,
yeah.
right?
Yeah. Shared straight line segment.
You're now circular.
What? By having a shared straight line segment to prove that it is a straight line lying within one plane. Yeah.
Why don't you tell me what you're going to do?
Well, no, see, I'll have to go over that at some other point. I've not prepared that demonstration for you or anything, right? We're going over a video that you did. So we're going to go over, because in this video, you say, I know you're trying to build a better flat earther, but it gives us an idea of what sort of thing that you're after, right?
Well, what I really want to build is a better skeptic.
Okay, well, that's what we're doing. We're definitely very skeptical here.
Okay.
In fact, the most skeptic, I would say.
I wonder. Andrew mentioned the line test.
Yeah. So can you see the picture there?
That?
Can you see the picture I've put in the live chat? Everybody can see
Put a
it.
picture in live chat that looks like a total station or something.
It's an auto level with a
Okay.
with a phone on it. Well, that was getting beamed through to this Discord channel. So everybody in this Discord channel would have been able to see through that auto level there, right? With the on the phone, and they would have been able to see what Rumpus would be able to see with the through the auto level. Rumpus didn't come and have a look at through the auto level. I don't think Rumpus has ever looked through an auto level there yet. But everybody in this Discord server would have seen it. And that's Andrew there in the picture.
It looks like Andrew.
Yeah. And that's when he was there. Now Rumpus wasn't there. There was just Andrew. We'd already set up, and Andrew came over to us as we were on the bridge to introduce himself as an enemy, the enemy.
I don't think he meant that literally.
It's a bit of a weird way to introduce yourself to somebody, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I wasn't there. I won't speak for Andrew. I like to think that Andrew is a nice person.
I don't know. I mean, we did have a chat with him.
And for the record, the Cambridge Skeptics don't do a lot of flat Earth or round Earth stuff. Mostly it's general skepticism. They did feature flat Earth a couple of times though.
Yeah, well, that's where we met him. Because I mean, we have been there, and would like I say, we're not flat earthers. Never have been. Sat in a dinghy though, 8 inches above the water, like Robotham, with a P1000 taking the pictures. So we do actually have that picture. So that my lad there, the one just past Andrew, he's the one that took that footage. And then this footage here is the footage that Wallace would have took. So my lads took footage that Robotham took and the footage that Wallace took. Yeah.
What did you find, by the way?
What did we find?
Yeah, did you confirm Robotham and then Wallace's findings?
Well, initially when I saw the Robotham one, I said, I don't think Robotham actually did what he was claimed he was doing. Like who was there to check it? He was in the middle of the canal, wasn't he? Oh yeah, I can see it. You sure? Yeah. Oh yep.
Okay.
Like no chance. No chance.
So you what you found then is it was consistent with Wallace's findings, though.
Consistent. Well, what were Wallace's findings? Wallace had the hump, didn't he?
Yeah, Wallace saw that the pole in the middle was higher than the poles on the ends.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a bit ridiculous because I can't see how the water level would do that.
You did not find that then?
No.
What did you guys find?
We just looked at it.
And saw what?
Well, we could see the canal all the way. You can see the bridge. You can see the water going under the bridge at the other side. You can see the sluice gates at the far end.
And
with the camera.
Did you have a central point like Wallace had?
A central point? No. We were just going there. We just looked. We set it up. We set the cameras up, and that's it. But you know, you do know that Rumpus is going for a 17-foot drop, don't you?
I'm sorry. So you just looked at it and you didn't make any particular conclusions then?
No, we were just going there like we do, take pictures.
Okay, cool. So, in your Euclidean geometry test, you wanna talk about that, or
what you want to talk about a shared straight line segment test? How to do it geometrically?
Let me tell you my central premise, my theme of this: be a better skeptic, and that is tests that are incapable of determining truth or falsehood of a statement are not valid tests. They're not worthwhile. That is my general premise. So before you begin a test, you should always ask, if the hypothesis is true, will I get a different outcome, as opposed to if the hypothesis is false? And also, do not forget, what are the competing hypotheses, right? So you want to design a test that can tell the difference between one hypothesis and another hypothesis.
Oh, you're going to love this one.
Okay.
I'm not going to show it you tonight because, I mean,
okay.
Yeah, we're going over your video so we can all, as a team, because we all do this together in this place. We all go over things and we'll come up with, you know, we're going to go over your video tonight, right? Well, I say your video. It's their video, but it's your presentation, right?
Right.
Of how to build a better skeptic, right? How to build a better test, how to present a better.
I am here, by the way.
All right, Rob. Oh, I'm quite busy tonight. Yeah, so that's what we're going over tonight. We're going over I Can Science That and his way to build a better skeptic. I'd say a better presentation for a proof. Right, so let's go back to the I think you go onto screens, don't you? So I'll blow this one up. Yeah. Okay. Let's go.
So I guess we'll start. You want to share my screen, or okay? There we go. All right, awesome. So yeah, I go by the name on YouTube. I Can Science That, and what that's really about is turning science into a verb, right? I really like that from The Martian, right? When Mark Watney decides he's going to science some stuff, and so I like that. So that's what I'm about, and that's what I'm mostly going to talk about today. Is, you know, how can we take an extreme view of something scientific and put it to a test instead of just going with pure raw speculation? Can you actually test it? So let's start off with, I'm going to see my notes here. Okay, so what have I got here?
See, I like that because at first, when me and Spot On got together, we had initially the same thing. It's like, what's the most basic thing that you can test to prove? And how do you do that? Can you do that? Which leads to all sorts of questions. So I like this. This is what grabbed me, because I wasn't initially, like I say, I was a bit miffed at Andrew misrepresenting both what we said and us to a guy who now imagines that we are flat earthers because he's heard Andrew say it. We go.
So we'll talk about flat earthers. Flat earthers are sort of a hobby of mine. I'm not a flat earther myself, but I'm aware of them, and I do like to communicate with them, talk as collaboratively as they're willing to get their point of view and sort of understand where they're coming from. And in this case, we're talking today about how to improve their presentation. Like, if you're a flat earther and you happen to be watching this, how can you put forth your ideas in a way that will have better impact on someone like myself, and I think the other skeptics here in the room? So flat earthers often like to consider themselves as the ultimate skeptics. They say, we've heard about your globe, we're not buying it, right? We are skeptical. We're skeptical of this whole globe thing.
That's good.
But the correct use of the word skeptic, I think, does not just mean nuh-uh. You don't just say no, right? That's not being skeptical. That's just being contrarian. And so I would like to propose that perhaps flat earthism is not presenting itself as skepticism so much as it is presenting as contrarian. I have a note here that the commonly used term is science denier, but I was discussing with another YouTuber by the name of Flat Earth Math. Do you folks know Flat Earth Math? Are you aware?
Yes.
We know Flat Earth Math. He's a good chap. He's one of the top globe geometers, as far as Ruiv told us the other day. So if you're out there, Math, we'll have a chat again. Come round for a chat.
I've heard of him, but I don't know if I've seen any of his stuff.
Okay, he's quite good. He's a math teacher, and really great guy. He's got a YouTube channel that is about ways to test whether the Earth is flat or round. And I was discussing with him, he does not like the word denier. It's kind of a loaded term. So I was not willing to grant him skeptic, because skeptic implies that you're going to withhold judgment until evidence is presented. But that means that when the evidence is presented, you need to accept it. And if you continue to deny the evidence, right, that's where the mainstream tends to call that a denier. I will propose a contrarian, perhaps is a better word. Someone who just says no to like everything. So
I think that's a little bit unfair. I think you may be redefining skepticism.
Yes, it is not what skepticism is really.
Yes, let's pause and discuss it. What do you think skepticism means?
That means just being skeptic, being
That's
like,
a bit circular. Try again.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, for instance, the way you just sort of dismissed it there, I'm skeptical of that, because it seems like you're just trying to skip over something without actually addressing the issues of the skepticism. Like, you're trying to link it to a group of people. This not skepticism. You're trying to say that they're just being contradictory. I'm talking of the flat earthers that you're talking about as well now.
Yes, my claim is that the flat earthers, who you are clearly are not, are not being skeptical. They're being contrarian, which is different from skepticism.
But
that is my statement.
Yeah, but these flat earthers that you're thinking about, right? I don't think they're real. I think you and your friends have made these people up.
Well, I've interviewed several of them, and perhaps they're faking.
Yeah,
is that what you're suggesting?
Well, I don't. They call themselves flat earthers, do they?
Yes.
You can see, because whenever I ask them, I always say, "How do you deal with the contradiction? How do you personally deal with contradictions?" And they don't seem to see the contradiction. Of like, how can you know it's not flat, but then say it is flat? It's a really weird situation to be in, and I'm willing to hazard a guess that I don't think you even know what you can define a flat earther as.
Okay. Sure. I wonder if we could circle back to whether there is an accepted, agreed upon understanding of what skepticism means. I believe, having researched it some, that there's a general understanding that skepticism means holding doubt until some evidence is put forth.
Viable evidence. You have to use reasoning in order to establish how viable that evidence is.
Right, and then we get into the blurry line of how viable is viable enough.
Could be skeptic of that as well,
there's
right?
Definitely some
Yeah.
wiggle room there.
Yeah, I wasn't having a go at the idea of your skepticism, right? It's just your labeling of this group and then trying to take skepticism away from them somehow. Because I don't even think that you understand who that group is.
I'm doing that, and I stand by it. I have interviewed numerous people who identify as flat earthers. So if you're not aware of these people, then I guess that makes me the authority on that topic amongst us.
Yeah, could I jump in, Bev? Because I identify as a flat earther, right?
God.
Well, if you don't want me to, just say no, Crit. I'll be quiet.
Go on, but make it brief though.
Okay. I'm totally fine whenever you want me to pull the plug, just say that's enough, Crit. I'll stop talking. So my understanding of skepticism is that systems of power and control, you're allowed to say no, thank you. If they offer a no, you can't say
right,
no,
Crit. That's enough. Do you want to have an interview with Crit? Because Crit says he's a flat earther, so you can have an interview with him at some point if you'd like to.
Sure, you bet.
Okay, so
hit me up here on the Discord or shoot me an email. I can science that at gmail.com, and we can talk.
Sweet. So it's not normally about because Crit, by the way, he isn't the voice of flat Earth, although he'd like to be. I mean, they are hoping for a flat Earth hero.
No one is really. It's just people online just talking.
Can I say something real quick? Just quick.
Go on then.
I am a flat earther, but it's not flat. Thank you.
There you go.
Awesome. That's a wonderful quote. I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah, but it's obviously not flat, right?
It's obviously not flat.
That's what we've been saying all along. I don't think you understand what that flat Earth label is.
I've convinced myself that I've come to an understanding of the group of people that I have interviewed, and I will say that what you represent is very different from that.
All right, back to the video,
Thank you very
please.
much. Yeah. Okay, so building a better skeptic with skepticism.
Let me take a moment to, in case for those who aren't super down the rabbit hole, how does this whole thing get started? How do you start to believe that the Earth is flat in the first place? I'll start us with.
Can I give mine?
Experts can definitely be wrong, and that's.
Or is this the video?
No, that's the
video.
This is the video
now, isn't it?
Don't get carried away, Rob.
Okay. Sorry. You know how I am. Okay, I'll be on mute for a minute.
All right.
Experts. I should put quotes around that, right? We rely on experts for all kinds of things, but all you have to do is take a slice through any moment in history, any point in time. Take a slice, and you will be able to find so-called experts of that time period who we now know were wrong, right? So based on that alone, I think there's a strong reaction. We cannot rely on experts. Experts maybe are wrong. And worse than wrong, sometimes they are con artists, right? Sometimes they're fooling us on purpose. So I have a little clip here. Let's see if we can play this clip. Bring it up.
All right. I have to stop it there. Are you trying to say that that's what a skeptic should be? That experts can be wrong and we can be fooled?
I would say that that's where we begin, yes.
Okay. Good.
Like the example of the auto mechanic. So if your car breaks down, unless you are yourself experienced with auto mechanics, you would be advised to take your car to a licensed auto mechanic to have it fixed. And yet, these auto mechanic experts have it's a cliche, really, that they have the reputation that they are, going to scam you. Let's see if this plays. Right. So So with that, we know that experts might be wrong, or worse, they might be deliberately out to fool us. So where does that leave us? So that leaves us. That leaves us with wake up, sheeple, right? Stop listening to these experts. We must make our own decision on our own. We can't just follow along with what we're told. And I think everybody's on board with that so far, really. You can see how this goes. Although I would imagine, I would invite you. Do you think I've made any logical errors so far in my train of thought?
I think just because experts can be wrong and that we can be fooled, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are wrong and that they are attempting to fool us or deceive us in some way.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Of reasoning. Like there's a big gap between we could be fooled and therefore we must be wholly responsible for discerning what the truth is.
Right. Humans are really bad at Bayesian reasoning, right?
There's a good question just come up in the chat on this. How does one determine who is an expert? What criteria do you use to become an expert?
Yeah, that's definitely a big part of it. I don't want to spend a lot of time with it, but I would say, like Carl Sagan was famous for his baloney detector. And I would go with his guidelines for what is an expert, right? Usually what is an expert comes to training and experience, right? Or you could go to a court of law, right? Laws recognize experts in fields. So if you're going to have a trial and you want to have somebody testify about, what is the correct medical treatment for some disease, then the law has guidelines for who would be an expert and who would not be an expert.
I think it's important we look more for expert consensus rather than the viewpoint of an individual expert.
Well, that's good too. Yeah, that's a very good point. The experts don't all agree with each other. And I would say that the contrarian view is that the experts not agreeing with each other is another point that proves we cannot rely on the experts.
The chat's sort of then asked the question is, what's the difference between a history buff and a historian? And my own immediate gut feeling on that one is that it's a matter of sort of subjecting yourself to criticism. As a historian, you're constant, or as an academic, you're constantly subjecting yourself to peer review and to that sort of criticism, whereas a history buff, you might be very interested in the subject, might be very knowledgeable, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you have all the same, I suppose, critical thinking, course correcting mechanisms in place that an academic or an expert is more likely to have and probably pays more attention to.
Yeah, I would even go one further to say that a history buff could transition and become a history expert. They could be recognized. I'm thinking of one, physics expert that I have in mind who did not have traditional, college education path that we normally think of, but is in fact published. And is an expert in the field. So it can happen.
Right. Did that go how you expected it? It didn't seem to me. I'd be completely on board with you there, right? Experts can be wrong, yes. And we can be fooled, most definitely. We are the ones who must discern the truth, the individual, that is. It's down to each and every person individually to discern the truth for themselves. You can't be handed the truth. You'll never get it. The only way to get it is for you to find it for yourself. I'd be completely on board. I don't know what they were trying to skirt around there. They were on about we're after consensus of opinion by the experts.
Can I ask him a question though? He brought up mechanics, and I'm like, well, what if your mechanic happens to be the flat earther?
Is that a question? Seriously?
Well, yeah, because I'm a mechanic. Like, I'm working on cars right now, and I identify as a flat earther. So you brought me your car to work on, and then you find out I'm a flat earther, but I fixed your car every time. Still, what does that have to do anything with? You know what I mean? Like,
would you?
Flat earthers are in every walk of life.
What if you go to your doctor and you find out that he's not a good lawyer? Is that a problem for you?
Or he's a theist? What if your doctor's a theist?
I wasn't going to my doctor to get lawyer advice.
A theist and you're not. Is that a problem? I don't.
Or Sagan. You invoke Sagan, and Sagan
all
says,
right, guys, don't get triggered. Come on.
I'm sorry. I'm a go.
We're trying to build a better skeptic.
The basic principle of being an expert is that you would be an expert in a particular field. That's kind of what it means, right? So if someone is an expert in one field, they're the one you would presumably be asked to go to in that field.
Do you think you're an expert in anything?
Yeah, I qualify as an expert in a few things.
Well, see, I would class Rob as an expert in mechanics because he is, to me.
I'm also a flat earther.
Well, I mean, that's irrelevant, right?
And it's completely irrelevant.
That was totally my point, Bev. Yeah. Thank you. That was my point.
And I'll agree with that.
So, but I mean, could you trust Rob, right? Because he's an expert.
He's an expert in auto mechanics, right?
Staring at brake pads.
Yeah. If you happen to be in the Los Angeles area, hit me up and maybe, I'm always looking for a good auto mechanic around here.
Yeah, well, it does say experts can be wrong, right? Rob definitely can be wrong, but he's an expert at mechanics,
I've definitely
right?
been wrong. No, I've definitely been wrong on numerous occasions.
So, I mean, I don't really get what the idea of the flat Earth is within this. Are you trying to say that this is sort of a method that people end up at flat Earth, or are you saying this is what we should be doing? We should be building people that are like this? Because to me, when you said that, right, I don't think those guys answered appropriately for what you wanted. I mean, did they? Is that what you got out of it?
Yes, they answered exactly what I hoped they would answer.
Because the guy at the bottom, Chris, was on about the consensus of opinion is what he said you should be after.
Yes, he's moved a bit forward in the conversation, I think, from where we're at this point.
Okay, we'll carry on.
It's not one of the things that you'll hear me say often is it's not black and white. There isn't a hard line where we just draw. There are people who are just obviously an expert. And there are people who are obviously not an expert. And then there's a whole blurred line in between. Is that fair?
Yep. Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So what we hear, getting back to this discerning on your own idea, this is where the flat earthers are coming from, I think, for the most part, or many of them, I should say. I shouldn't generalize everyone because we're all very, very different. But many of the flat earthers that I have interacted with directly talk to me about this word. It's a very loaded word, discernment. They use that word specifically. And if you're not in this circle, you'll be like, what? You mean like to discern, like to tell the difference? Yes, that's what they mean. They mean it means on your own, you are responsible for determining what is true and what is not. And so the obvious question is, well, how do I do that? And the flat earther approach, as I'm aware of it, is generally that you feel it in your gut. You just know. And that is formally what we call intuition. And I am here to tell you that intuition is not reliable.
How do you know that? Is that intuition?
How do I know that? Well, I know that because I have tested that. And you know, that's one of the big things, one of the things that if I can ever have any positive influence on the world, hopefully one of those positive influences will be that early education will stress this fact, that intuition is not reliable. And we can show through very simple little science demonstrations that that's the case. You know, just do little demonstrations and you see, oh, isn't that amazing? When you say, isn't that amazing? That's because it's not what you expected. It's because it was not intuitive, right? But obviously it's happening before your eyes. It's definitely real. So we should all understand that by now, that intuition isn't reliable. It isn't the best way to discern what's true and what's false. Instead, we should test it. Whatever you think is incredible, put it to the test. So that's what I'm all about.
Mandible.
Okay, so as I go on, let's talk about some things. I want to talk about what are good tests, but first, what are some things that are not tests? It's easier perhaps to eliminate some of the most obvious things. So the first one is I just know it, right? I feel it in my bones. That is not a test. That doesn't count. Similarly, everybody knows it. Everybody knows it doesn't count either, right? Say the sky is blue. Well, everyone knows that the sky is blue. Maybe true, but it's not a test. Okay. And of course, the flat earth favorite, it looks like it. So yeah, we were talking just earlier about the Bedford level and how very, very flat it looks. Now, is that a test? I'll move on to in a bit to show that that's, maybe you could say that almost counts as a test, but it's not a good one.
There you go. Bedford's not a good test. I like that.
Then why didn't they call it Bedford curve?
Sorry, Rumpus.
If I could clarify what I said, just in case anyone missed the nuance. Looking flat, saying the Bedford level looks flat, is not a good test.
I know.
So you could conduct a test at the Bedford levels. That would be a good test.
Have you been there?
No.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I have one question for I can science that. Do you know that term common notion? What it is? Because in this video, I just know everyone knows it looks like. Many of these things are just common notions, like the sun is shining. For example, this is common notion. So can you explain me why someone should doubt it?
It says it's not a test.
It's not a test. It doesn't count. Just because everyone knows something is true does not make it actually true. If you doubt that, just go through history and find things that everyone knew at any given time that we no longer believe is true.
But this is not common notion. Common notion, it is that we know that it is true. For example, that sun is shining.
I think the sun is shining is an excellent example of something that we do not know is true. We're a group of people here talking all over the world, and I'm sure someone is looking at a gray sky right now. Some of us are in a dark sky right now. So when you say something like, everyone knows the sun is shining, I would immediately ask, how do you know that? Have you tested this claim?
not test.
And you're presenting to me a perfect example, so thank you for that.
Yes, because that's why it's called common notion that someone can notice by, for example, seeing that. So we can see that sun is shining. That's why it's called common notion.
We could discuss this further if you want, because you seem to not grasp my point. Which is
I'm with paper.
As am I. Unless you're blind, everyone has seen the sun shining.
Mm-hmm. And just seeing a cloud doesn't make the sun stop shining, right?
Yes,
because the claim that everyone knows something does not make that thing tested.
That's where
if I come back to you and say, no, I want to see a test of that. Your test can be open your eyes and look and see for yourself. That is a perfectly valid test.
I just have one bit of contention.
You can't simply say something is known and have that count as tested.
I just have one bit of contention because you keep saying everybody knows something. I think you're using that colloquially. That word.
Yeah, because doesn't everyone else know it's a globe?
Well, wait a minute. That's what I'm trying to get my contention with.
Exactly.
You keep saying no colloquially. I mean, knowing something, I think, implies certain things within the definition. You can. My bit of contention would be, I would be fine with you saying everybody believes something rather than everybody knows something, then they're wrong about it.
Right. Well, it doesn't say it on the screen, but what I was doing was being colloquial. Yes, I was saying the claim that everyone knows is not a test.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah. I guess we're going to lead into what are tests. So, I mean, this is just a lead up, right? I like it.
Okay. So, and I'll put forth a silly little theory of mine that I think we can all agree is silly, and that is my theory that the sun rises every Tuesday. I have that theory, and I'm going to put that forth, and we'll come back to it a few times. But I want to put it forth that I saw the sunrise today, and based on the fact that the sun rose, and today's a Tuesday, I now know that the sun rises every Tuesday because I just know, right? And how that doesn't count, right, as a test. And for the flat earthers, here's a real one from real flat earth belief. Water doesn't curve. Now you'll hear this in different forms. Water always seeks its level. Large bodies of water are always flat. Different ways of saying.
Can I clarify that for the flat earthers?
Oh, Rob. Go on.
Or is this the video?
Yes.
Oh, no. Well, the surface of water.
No, not the surface. It's not, because it'll be the wave.
Well, no, not in the water level. There's no movement.
We're not talking about water level. He's talking about all of that sort of stuff.
I thought I didn't realize that was video.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
All right.
My bad.
Yeah, he put a graphic on the screen.
Okay.
That water is flat. Oceans are flat. Lakes are flat. The problem there is that is not a test. That is a claim, right? I am claiming that the sunrise.
It's a ridiculous claim at that I don't think I've ever heard anybody say. I hope not, anyway.
I agree with you, Bev. That is a ridiculous claim from a flat earther.
Rises on Tuesdays, and I am now claiming that water doesn't curve. How do you know? How do you know that water doesn't curve?
It does.
Has it even occurred to you to ask that question? And yeah, I would invite anyone who's a flat earther who buys into this idea, water doesn't curve. Are you making that conclusion based on one of those 3 lines up there? I just know that water doesn't curve. Everyone knows water doesn't curve, or it looks like water doesn't curve. None of those is a test. Let's instead design a test. So,
you can see why I'm getting interested in this guy now, right? Can't you?
Yes.
Okay, right up our street. This tests. Euclid.
This is good.
Yeah. So now we get those aren't tests, because I mean, saying water doesn't curve is a fucking ridiculous statement. You can't imagine the amount of flat earthers we've had a chat with about things like that. But I don't think I've ever heard anybody say it, really. But flat earthers don't really come round here and talk to us about this sort of stuff anyway.
As we design a test, I want you to keep in mind it is not possible to empirically prove something to be true.
Yes.
It's not possible.
Isn't that guy's name? I can science that.
Yeah.
Isn't science empirical?
Well,
it's painful.
This is painful.
I know.
Right. But
this guy's a nihilist. He goes, I can nihilist that.
Crit, please.
Yeah, that doesn't even deserve a response.
I know. That is Crit. Right? He's only just come back around. Yeah. He's not a regular around here. In fact, he might be responsible for me to go into the other room.
No, I can tap out. I know I trigger
Go on,
you.
then. I might get somebody to tap you out. So, you say it's impossible to prove truth. Well, we've done a big thing on this, actually. This is the year of proof. That's how we started this year off. Which I'm hoping for us to continue and get back to.
So would you say you agree to that statement that that you cannot empirically prove a truth?
No, I would say the proofs are obtainable through mathematics, particularly
mathematical
geometry.
Proofs are absolutely attainable.
Yeah, and that's why we're doing realizing Euclid, so we can realize a Euclidean mathematical proof in reality. So, I would definitely say you can empirically prove something in reality. Yes, I would be one of those people that say, yeah, you can.
Measurement error.
Pardon?
Measurement error.
Sorry, but measurement is not a proof in logic.
Agreed. So anything empirical is not right. It's I should be fair. I should say that I'm generalizing here. There are cases when what you're doing empirically is close enough to mathematics that we could call that absolute proof.
I think that you are confusing measurement with experiment. Experiment is to establish cause of something happening, and you don't need to measure, in fact, anything to do that. Just establish cause of something. So
I'm not going to concede that, but what I will say is that when you have a hypothesis and you do a proper experiment, you do not prove the truth of your hypothesis.
That's science, right? Is that what you're doing? You're saying it's impossible to prove truth, but you're saying through science it's impossible to prove truth, right? Correct. Not actually prove geometrically a truth, right?
Through mathematics, you absolutely can do proofs.
Brilliant.
Through science, you don't prove truths.
Yeah, I've heard Fight the Flat Earth say that too. There's no proofs.
It's not universally agreed, but it is generally pretty commonly understood.
this is completely wrong because in experiment you are putting your hypothesis into a test. So you are testing your hypothesis by doing experiment explicitly by manipulating independent variable. So if you can manipulate independent variable, then you can test your hypothesis. And if this variable is manipulated properly, you can establish cause of something. And therefore, you can gain knowledge. It means science.
And at what point did you prove the truth of your hypothesis there?
If you manipulated this independent variable and this manipulation caused what you presumed to cause, you validated your hypothesis. And if it didn't, you validated your null hypothesis. Simple.
Very good. You all said correctly, and you notice you didn't use the word proof.
It is
validated.
It is proof. Sorry, it is proof because
no, it is not.
If you have hypothesis, you have conclusion, assumed conclusion, and your experiment is middle term in syllogism. You are creating syllogism, and you need middle term. Your middle term is experiment.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity. This is exactly my point. So this is precisely what I want to talk about, and that is
good.
You have validated your hypothesis, which is not the same as saying you have proved it.
Should we get a thesaurus out then?
It is.
There is.
Please, let's not get caught up.
Let's not get semantic about it. Let's try to understand the meaning of it instead. The difference here is that something that has been proven cannot be invalidated by some later experiment that comes along. It is proven. Something that is validated is valid for now, but somebody could come up with a better experiment later to show that actually I was wrong about that. It was some other thing was going on.
No, it doesn't work that way because only you can disprove experiment. You can prove that the former experiment was wrongly done. So this is invalidating experiment itself, but not the proof within this experiment. Because if experiment, like for example, Cavendish experiment, is disproved as wrong experiment, therefore Cavendish experiment cannot prove anything. So you can disprove experiment, but if experiment is validly performed, you cannot disprove that, but by doing a better experiment, just so. It is not.
I would say we only have to look at history, the history of science, to show a progression of experiments that seemed to show something that was later refined with a better experiment and shown that the original conclusion was not precise or was not correct. Often greater levels of precision are achieved.
Okay. Do you think that happened within mathematics?
No.
No.
Mathematics, rarely there's an error in mathematics that is corrected over time. But no, when you prove something in mathematics, that is a proof. When you empirically try to do an experiment, you are not achieving mathematical proof with it. What you are doing is validating or invalidating. And that's a bit of a nuance, but it's an important one.
Okay. So if that's what you were trying to do then, right? I think where Paper's trying to get at is the mathematical proofs are derived from a logical source, and it's that logical source that gives you the proof at the end. And the scientific method is also based upon that logical system, pretty much the same as geometry and mathematics. Yes. The very same logical system.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. My entire premise here is that once you enter the realm of empiricism, of testing physical things, right? Once you're in the physical world, there are unforeseen variables, and there are errors that you cannot eliminate. And so once those are introduced, you're no longer in a mathematical purist sense, and so proof is no longer truly attainable.
Oh, I'd say we perhaps may disagree on that. We can talk about it more at a later date, I think. Otherwise, we're never going to get through your video.
Your understanding of the word proof.
Yeah, well, that's like I say, we started this year off looking specifically at that word, proof. What is it? We asked a lot of people. You'd be surprised at some of the results we found. Like we said,
that's the thing about English, and I think all human languages is pretty much true. We have many different meanings and nuances for the same words.
Yeah, that's why we went round asking a lot of people. Now we started off asking people, and I don't think we've finished. But I mean, that can come at some other time. This conversation that's coming around now is coming from your video that you did with these other guys. So thank you. It will spark a lot of conversations, and we're not even partway through it yet. So thank you. And there's more to come.
Go on.
In my day job, I'm a statistician. The number of times I've gone, okay, does this statistically prove blah?
Yeah.
No. It's good evidence for or against, but
exactly. There's always the possibility that if you roll the dice one more time, something different will come up, right? For example, like the sun rises every Tuesday. Well, how long will I have to continue repeating that test before I have confirmed that it is literally every Tuesday, that there is not one Tuesday coming in the future that the sun won't rise? It's not possible. I'll have to keep testing forever until we eventually eliminate anything else.
Eliminate Tuesdays.
But is that an unreasonable standard then, or is it, for the purposes of whatever?
Exactly, it is an unreasonable standard. I agree that expecting that that I should be able to prove something like that is not reasonable. But that means that tests designed to verify the truth of something are kind of weak. A much better test is something that can falsify a theory.
See, now that's interesting to me. Why you should go to falsification.
Had that not occurred to you before?
Well, no, it definitely has occurred to me before, right? Because.
But why?
Well, the contrapositive. We know, we've been looking through all of this sort of stuff. This is exactly what we do. So the falsification, I like the idea of it. But I mean, it's interesting that you seem to say that you've got to look for a falsification. I mean, I do agree with you. Yeah, I've got plenty of modus tollens.
Yeah, the falsification experiment is a much better test than a verification one in general. Yes, and
Karl Popper.
I can see a contradiction, because if it is impossible to prove truth, therefore it is impossible to find falsification. You cannot falsificate truth which you cannot find.
I think you've just made a logical error there. It is not, and perhaps you're not completely understanding where I'm coming from, because the language is imprecise, and I'm being particularly imprecise. I have a very colloquial style, so maybe that's on me. But no, if you can falsify a hypothesis, that is not the same as to say I have proven the alternate hypothesis. That's a false dichotomy.
For me, this is just proving null hypothesis. It means that
Exactly. That's a false dichotomy.
No, it is not false dichotomy. If you have hypothesis, therefore you establish null hypothesis. If A causes B, and this is my hypothesis, and if I proved by experiment that A doesn't cause B, therefore I proved my null hypothesis. I falsificated my hypothesis by proving null hypothesis. Simple.
Well said, paper. Well said.
Could I also put as well that in order for you to make a statement or whatever, then it can only be either true or false. But there is no false dichotomy.
It's interesting that you should think that.
Well, that should be the idea of you doing a test.
Or is it flat? Like, for example, is the Earth round or flat?
Is that how you're setting your test up?
That's a false dichotomy right there.
Is that a scientific test?
We've agreed that there are certainly conditions in which it's not a all or nothing situation.
Yeah, it's about you didn't mind your P's and Q's within your formulation of your logical statement to start off with.
The famous example that much of this is drawn from is, of course, the original black swan, right? All swans are white. My test for all swans are white would be to look for white swans. As long as I'm finding white swans, I have proved that all swans are white. The moment I find one black swan, I have successfully falsified the statement that all swans are white. Right? It would be impossible to test every swan for whiteness. But what is not impossible is to test any swan for blackness or non-whiteness. Right? So that's the premise that this is all based on. And it's not original. It's very, very old.
Yes, but
and I don't think it's contentious at all. It shouldn't be.
But you just proved that you have to make experiment. In this example, it would be finding black swan. You are searching for black swan, and if you find black swan, you proved that you falsificate your hypothesis that all swans are white.
Correct. So I successfully disproved a hypothesis, but there is no hypothesis that I have proven other than to say that.
Whoa. What about the statement "not all swans are white" would be proved by you seeing the black swan?
Sure. Yeah.
Well, that's a positive thing then, right?
You found one. Yes, you can.
Yeah, it's just clever wording.
You can probably find more than one.
Yes, you can.
Operating within.
I'm generalizing, and I admit that.
Yeah, go on, paper.
I just said that we are operating within a logic box, Aristotelian logic box.
Yep, that's what we do. Like, I can science that. Like, that is literally what we do here. That's what we've been looking into, is the logic and doing the trivium, grammar, logic, rhetoric, geometry, especially.
Dichotomy in that example would be all versus not all. So all is your hypothesis. All swans are white, and your null is not all. If you find one, you are proving that not all are white. Therefore, you proved your null hypothesis. Simple.
Yes, I'd say that works perfectly well. I'll agree with that.
Okie dokie. So modus tollens is a good way to do, because we do have we have a modus tollens. I'll get round to that at some point, though.
For example, I'll talk about falsification. I'll talk about Carl Sagan again and his dragon. Carl Sagan had a dragon in his garage. I don't know if everyone knows this. But yeah, he had a honest to goodness, genuine dragon that was in his garage. But if anyone wanted to see the dragon for themselves, then he would simply point out that it was an invisible dragon. So you couldn't see it. And then they said, well, then can I touch it? They say, no, it's not a physical dragon. You can't touch it. And so anything that anyone would want to do to try to falsify the existence of the dragon, he would simply point out that the dragon is immune to that type of test, right? And so from that, the analogy is that if your claim cannot be falsified, then it cannot be tested, right? If it cannot be tested for falsification, then it isn't even a legitimate claim. It's just something you made up, right? Okay, so a test must have the capacity to falsify something, and that.
See, we've been doing that, but we've been dealing with logic, and we came to the conclusion that when they talk about logic, they always talk about the identity of the thing, and the thing has to be predicated upon. So that makes the thing a real thing. And yes, I think that's what you're trying to say here, is that his imaginary dragon isn't a thing that can be predicated upon, right?
Yes, I think this is just repeated Dodo
yeah. Dodo's in my mind. Is that what you were trying to get at? Is, the idea that...
Well, ultimately, that's just Newton's sword, if you've ever heard of that.
No.
Okay. Yeah, Isaac Newton was apparently famous for shutting down metaphysical conversations by saying, if it cannot be disproven, then it's not something that is even in the science. It's not in the realm of science. We cannot apply science to it.
Experiment. He said, if it can't be experimented on, it's not even worthy of debate.
Right.
Okay, so it has to be a thing, right? You have to start with the thing.
That.
So he was talking about physical objects, not...
No, I'm not talking about physical objects. I'm talking about whether or not a test can be performed to falsify the statement.
Supernatural objects.
Right.
Only physical.
Supernatural cannot be scienced because it's immune to testing.
Yeah, it can't be logicked either. I mean, that's what I'm trying to make the link here between what we do, the logic, and you've got the science.
You can apply a logical test to something. It doesn't have to be an empirical test, I suppose. Yes.
Well, I would say, like, in our looking at Aristotelian logic, at least, they have to have the identity, that thing there. You have to have that in order for you to be able to do any logic with it, to make any statements about it, to be able to predicate upon it. It has to be there as a thing. And I'm thinking that's what Newton was saying as well, right? And you, hopefully, that you can't perform science on something that isn't there.
Yes, I'd say that's ultimately pretty much true. Although you could do, does mathematics count and logical proofs? Do they count by that same logic?
Yes, but this is only speculation. So
we're distinguishing between math and science right now, right? We're not saying they're the same thing.
Yeah, I'm talking about science, so I'm definitely talking about things. Although I will, the word "thing" being a bit vague, I think we should clarify. Anything physical would include, electromagnetic waves, fields, subatomic particles, all sorts of things, right?
See, I wouldn't.
Okay, but
you can't point at that and say that.
Yeah.
Light does not count as a thing?
Well, I mean, do you think it
is light physical?
Yes.
Okay.
How you can check it?
Do we need to get into a light conversation right now?
No, not really, but
no.
Just...
No, I thought we were going over the video.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we are. I don't want to pressure the guy. This is the first time. And nobody's prepared for anything. There's no on-the-spot sort of things. This is a video that he's prepared. He's well able to talk about this. Like, I don't
Yeah,
want
I'm
to
trying
pressure
my
anybody
best
about
to not
anything.
talk.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Okay.
Bev. Trying my best.
Long story short here, you want to try to falsify. You want to design a test that could falsify the hypothesis as opposed to validate the hypothesis. Eliminate alternate hypotheses is more effective than validating your own hypothesis is the main premise here. And that if your hypothesis is literally immune to falsification, then it cannot be tested and doesn't count as science.
Is that why you think Carl Sagan invented a dragon in his garage or whatever?
Yeah, that was very much his
make that point.
Was that Carl Sagan's dragon is immune to science. It cannot be scienced. I use that as a verb.
Yeah.
He didn't.
So he was there. He was letting people know that just because you can make up something in your mind doesn't mean that you can perform science on it, right? You have to be able to say, here is the science.
Agreed.
Right? Okay, good. Yeah. As long as we're on the same page.
Falsifying something is how we discern what is true from what is false. Because typically you'll have one or more, you'll have really two or more competing hypotheses that you would want to test between. For example, I say the sun rises every Tuesday. Can you think of an alternative hypothesis, perhaps, that I ought to be testing as well? Anyone gonna jump in? I think it's pretty obvious.
It rises on other days as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Or that it's
So that brings us to the idea of a useless test. A useless test is what we tend to fall into. This is the trap of, like, the confirmation bias test is one where I believe that the sun comes up every Tuesday. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, let's meet back here 1 week from today. And in the morning, we will all go and look to see if the sun rises on Tuesday.
And he's sending us out into a field again.
Yeah. That's right. Go out of the field. Go out in the field on Tuesday and tell me, does the sun rise? And when the sun rises next Tuesday, I'm going to declare that my hypothesis has been validated, that the sun does indeed rise every Tuesday, and I can prove it. Pick any Tuesday of the year, and the sun will rise. It may be behind the clouds, but it's going to be up there.
It'll definitely be behind the clouds. I know that.
Yeah. So
in the Arctic Circle.
So the irony. Oh yeah, good point. Oh, good point. Yeah. Where we live, the sun rises. So what I want to point out here is that using the scientific method that we were taught.
You did that in little bunny ears. What does that mean?
Sorry, but
the scientific method. I air quoted that. Yes, absolutely.
Well, yeah, what does the air quotes mean? Why do you do that?
Well, because what we were taught in grade school is not what scientists do.
Okay. So you're distinguishing a difference by the air quotes.
Right.
Of what you're actually saying from... I don't know.
What I'm saying is that scientific method, the term, put the two words together, it has a particular meaning. It doesn't just mean the method of scientists. It means different things to different people. But generally, we were taught in grade school, this is called the scientific method. This is step 1. This is step 2. Are you with me on that?
Well, I'd like to be honest, I'm maybe a little bit older. I can't really remember doing the scientific method like that. I can remember doing chemistry and apparatus and method and all of that. But I mean, I don't think, what you're going to be talking about. I've heard about that since coming around this arena. But I can't remember it from school.
I'll be relating it to Sleeping Warrior's interpretation of what the scientific method is.
Sorry?
You know Sleeping Warrior?
He's your source for the scientific method?
He's the source of the air quotes. He is the main reason why I feel compelled to air quote scientific method as I explain the pitfalls of confirmation bias.
That's pretty. He's affected you quite a lot then, right? If he's making you put air quotes around the scientific method. I mean, that's cut deep, right?
I would say he had an influence on me in that I think the second video I ever made on the subject, he stepped in and introduced me to some of the concepts of his version of what a flat earther is.
Right, that's interesting.
But still, scientific method is not what you presented with sun rising, because you cannot manipulate sun. You have to manipulate.
I'm not willing to debate with you today about what is the scientific method. Let's hold that for another day.
Yeah. Good idea.
Right.
Okay. So can we carry on then now, yeah? Well, we were finished with the...
I haven't done anything wrong, right? I tested my hypothesis, and I validated my hypothesis, right? So isn't that what I'm supposed to do? Where'd I go wrong here?
The falsification bit, I guess. Then well, no, you didn't. No, that you.
I could falsify, right?
If the sun does not come up on Tuesday,
if it doesn't come up, then right. So
it's the volume of evidence. It's like saying, this coin always always shows a head. Flick it, and it's a head. See, fine, every time.
Well, yeah, there's that. The real key here
is the alternative hypothesis.
It's the alternative hypothesis. That's right. I have neglected the alternatives. The obvious known alternative that the sun comes up every day. So how about tomorrow we do it instead? How about Wednesday we go and see if the sun rises and instantly falsify my hypothesis, right? So that's the thing. On my YouTube channel, I have.
Yeah, I think you might have made a mistake there. I think you should have said only on Tuesday. Because
correct.
I mean, you've not actually falsified it because the sun will still rise on Tuesday.
Correct. Absolutely.
Okay, they didn't spot that, or do you just? Let's go.
Critical. I thought they understood that when I said the sun rises every Tuesday, I meant only on Tuesdays. But I did not say so. You're right about that.
Okay.
And in there, I have this jar of jam. That's actually a real jar of jam that my neighbor really did give me. That inspired that. And I hypothesized that it's strawberry jam. But then I point out, well, maybe it's raspberry jam. So the useless test is to say raspberries are red. So if it is red jam, that proves it's raspberry jam. And I think we can all see the obvious flaw there, that the test of color is not useful to determine the difference between raspberry and strawberry jam, right? Okay, so taking that in mind, let's see a real one. Here's one of the most famous flat Earth tests ever conducted. You're laughing, so I think you're familiar with the experiment.
Yep.
By a YouTuber by the name of Sleeping Warrior. So I got this clip here. I would have used Sleeping Warrior's original clip, but that channel got removed for terms of service, and so the video's gone. But Bob, the science guy, quoted it, so let's watch his version. So what are we going to hear here? Okay, so if you're not familiar, Sleeping Warrior does not believe in gravity. He believes in something called relative density. So he has designed a test to prove that gravity does not cause things to fall, but it is in fact something called relative density, which is different from gravity, that causes things to fall. Let's watch him experiment.
Your volume was a bit quiet on the last video, so I don't know if you want to, if you're able to
is there anything I can do? Oh, I can crank that.
This is an egg.
That's
My
good.
hypothesis is if I change the medium's density, the egg will move. All we need to do is pour some of this in. Hey, what do you know? The egg's immediately moved.
Okay, so he did an experiment and he validated his hypothesis. Great job, Sleeping Warrior. The problem is, and I think it's pretty obvious to anyone who's not really allowing their bias to take over, the problem is that this test produces the same result under standard gravity that it does under whatever idea that Sleeping Warrior has. So the test did not eliminate gravity. It validated both his theory and gravity at the same time. So it really didn't tell us anything.
Wrong.
Well,
wrong
that's a little bit off, isn't it?
Yes, because
I'd love to hear why that's off.
Well,
because
go on.
Sorry, go on.
I just think that he had a hypothesis, right? And he sort of validated whatever he said. You've just added something else in there on top and said it also proves that. So whatever he decided he was doing was invalidated, really, because it also validated whatever you just claimed. Gravity?
I want to be normally I'm very loose with language, but let's be specific, because you said the word invalidated. He did not invalidate his hypothesis by neglecting the other hypothesis.
What other
he just
hypothesis?
Didn't show one way or the other.
He did, but you
one conversation at a time, please. We're getting back to making sure we understand that he validated his hypothesis.
What was his hypothesis?
Which was that increasing the density of the water would cause the egg to move because of something that I honestly do not understand, called relative density disequilibrium.
Okay.
Yes, he was talking about the relation between density. If medium becomes more dense than the egg will go up. This is hypothesis. So he did that and he validated. The egg did go up. So it validated his hypothesis that relation between densities are making things going up or down. It's dependent on the relative density, as he called it. I would say relation between density of medium and object in that medium. So he validated that, and you can call it gravity. And in fact, for many centuries or thousands of years, this was called gravity. So, but your meaning of gravity as Newtonian gravity, this is just going undercut of Ockham's razor. Sorry.
Okay, you lost me there at the end. I agree with everything up until then, except for you haven't mentioned that Sleeping Warrior's specific point was to disprove. He was trying to invalidate gravity, Newtonian gravity, and replace it with something he calls relative density disequilibrium.
I haven't got a clue exactly what Sleeping Warrior was doing. But as far as I know, because we did it with him, because at the time he was doing this, he was here in this server. Well, maybe not this server, a different server. But yeah, I had a thing with eggs in it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I mean, that's irrelevant. What conclusions I came to of everything.
So we understand the point.
Yeah.
I think we can agree.
The egg went up.
The egg is predicted to go up by standard Newtonian gravity. Can we agree to that?
I don't know. I didn't like he put salt in it and the egg went up.
Right, and Newtonian gravity says that will happen.
Well, no, the salt goes down, the egg goes up. I'm not aware of that.
If you think that is false, then that is a conversation we should have at a later time.
Yeah. Well, I'm not aware of what you're stating. I don't know.
As the mainstream scientist here, I would say that having analyzed it, if you add salt to water, you increase the density of the water.
Yep.
And that can cause the egg to rise. This is taught to grade school children.
Yes. I would agree.
It's caused by Newtonian gravity.
Well, it's caused by the density change, right?
The density is related in gravity.
Yeah.
No, it is not. It is mass attracting mass only, nothing more.
Right. And you do have to invoke the other Newtonian physics as well to get all the way through to the rise of the egg. That's yes.
Okay. Well, we can go over Sleeping Warrior's experiment at some other point in time,
the point is, there's a really
point is that you think that it's gravity that makes the egg go up.
No, that's not.
That's different than what Sleeping Warrior says, and that's different than what paper says.
No. I think we're missing the point here because we're getting bogged down in differences of what we do think. The point is that we have two competing hypotheses. We have relative density disequilibrium, and we have Newtonian gravity.
I don't think Sleeping Warrior had those two. I mean, you added that other one in afterwards, didn't you?
He very much does.
Okay.
Very much so.
Okay.
Relative density disequilibrium is an alternative to the mainstream of Newtonian gravity.
So Sleeping Warrior didn't make that up.
He made up his alternative.
But the relative density equilibrium thing, that's not made up by Sleeping Warrior. It's a real thing, right?
Yes, it is very, very well known and very old, so to speak.
We're going to go back to Aristotle on that, or?
No. Can I just say one quick little thing? I'm going to try not to sidetrack this whole conversation, but Newtonian gravity was superseded by Einstein. What does superseded mean?
Thank you. We're not going into that.
We're not. But
let's not.
So we're going to talk about this video. Not going to deliberately derail the conversation.
Thank you.
So, whoever invented it, Sleeping Warrior is presenting something that he calls relative density disequilibrium, as if it is an explanation that is alternative to mainstream science.
I don't know. I think it's a good demonstration of a density change and the effects that can have, right? So I wouldn't put that in a useless test.
Yeah, because he's manipulating density. So
and this is why I'm here. This is why I'm here, because you don't seem to see what I mean by a useless test. Can you
elaborate for us then?
Yes. Can this test show us that Newtonian gravity is incorrect?
Yes.
Is that what it was meaning to do? Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
That is what it was meaning to do. It was meaning to validate. Well, really what it was meaning to do was validate relative density disequilibrium, which is itself an alternative hypothesis to gravity.
Yes,
now,
it is.
It did so. It validated, but it is a useless test because it does not invalidate the alternative.
It does.
What?
I disagree. Sorry.
Okay, if you think that this somehow invalidated Newtonian physics, that's a separate conversation we should have. My point is not that. My point is that when you do a test, you must show that. You must show that this does in fact invalidate this alternative hypothesis. Otherwise, you're left with the same two choices you had before you began.
It did invalidate it. Newton said God set it up this way. Sleeping Warrior said buoyancy and density determines movement, and then demonstrated it.
Yes, he demonstrated that this egg, which was going down just before, when he changed the density of the medium, egg went up, so defying Newtonian gravity.
He showed you direct cause and effect relationship.
Under Newtonian physics, the egg is predicted to move precisely how it moved. He has validated
somebody with
someone who actually knows Newtonian physics is telling you that.
No tanks.
We'll have a separate conversation later, if you wish, to understand why that is so. The fact that it was never discussed or considered is my point.
You're an expert in Newtonian physics?
Okay, Crit. I thought you were going stepping back for a bit, Crit.
I did. Yeah, it's been quite some time.
The point is not whether it does or does not. The point is that it was never mentioned. This is what we call confirmation bias. It was a confirmation of a hypothesis without any consideration of falsification or the alternative hypothesis. Right? This is just like sunrises only on Tuesdays. If you only test it on Tuesday, you're going to see that sunrises, sure, you're validated. You need to look and see, well, what is the alternative hypothesis that I should consider? Are there any well-known, perhaps, mainstream maybe hypotheses, and how would they predict would happen in this case?
Can we do a special? Can we do a special on the egg at some other time? Right, rather than just getting bogged down by it right now, because I'm sure there's quite a few guys here that would like to get involved in that. Right, but
I have a whole series on
not right now
on relative density on my channel. I invite you to come and watch them and comment, and we can discuss and such.
Right, okay.
I would love to discuss at a later time. Let's get back to the video.
Yeah, okay. So what we want to get out of this is that you consider this type of test to be a useless test because it doesn't have the ability to falsify the alternative.
It cannot discern between something called relative density and something called gravity. It cannot discern that, and therefore it is not useful.
Okay, wait, that's why I think geometry is a better example, right, of that. I mean, we'll carry on.
Okay. All right, so summing up what we've got so far, I want you to test it. So when you see a claim, how to be a better flat earther. You see a claim, you're going to be skeptical of it. You're going to say, how do we test that? And that applies to globe claims as well as flat claims. So somebody says, now the horizon always rises to eye level. I want you to say, how can we test that? Or
can you see why I like this guy now? All right. Okay. So somebody says the horizon rises to eye level. How can we test that? Boom.
But who says that?
Oh, what about if somebody says that a horizon rises above eye level? What about that? What about that for a claim?
They say water does not curve. Water does not curve. How do we test that? And
it's another good one as well, isn't it? He's got all of these marks. He's done this all on his own. How do you test that?
No, that doesn't mean you pour water onto a basketball, right? That's not how to test that.
Definitely not.
Come up with a way how to test it. And if you can't test it, then you're in a trap.
What about if you can find a way to test it? Thought that.
Then you should do so.
Yeah. Come to the right place.
As you're starting to do this test, you're trying to come up with a way to test it, you need to look at the competing theories, right? The pouring water over a basketball does not conform to what mainstream science says should happen for water on a globe, right? So we need to look at something that would be able to tell us the difference between the two competing theories. Like,
have you ever heard of Slice Barkane's bending water level test experiment? He called it. Bending.
Was that the one where he put like a really long water level, like it was like a mile or something?
Leaky one
with many segments, and it leaked. And
yeah,
then he repeated it.
Yeah, and he tried to get it. No, not yet. But you know what we mean? The bending water level, right?
I don't know what you mean by bending water level, but
that's his test. That's what he was going to do. That's what he called it.
Okay. I remember he was going to make a very long water level and then sight along it to see whether water level is straight or curved.
Yeah.
And then he did the test and it failed.
Competing theories,
it
right?
Failed to generate any results at all.
Two competing theories.
It would have discerned between the two theories, I understand, except it was an unsuccessful execution.
So there are definitely two competing theories there that you could test for.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Jolly good.
If you have one theory that the Earth is flat and water is always flat, and another theory that the Earth is a ginormous globe and that water actually curves at that particular rate, you'd need a test that can work to tell the difference between those two things.
Do you like it? I like it. So you would need a test to be able to prove the two different theories, right? And you could, since there's a definite difference between a like a horizontal plane and a curve, there's a definite difference.
Absolutely.
Definitely testable, right? You've got a test. Oh well, sorry, Slice Barkane's got a test, or you might have your own test to prove
I didn't really follow that test closely. It seemed to me, am I correct that it leaked or something, and so
yeah, he tried to get it go uphill. He didn't work out his levels, and he couldn't get it leaky.
He didn't do it again after that, or
no? He come up with a different one, right? Where he instead of doing the 1600 meters, he did 16. He did 16 100-meter water levels.
Okay.
Right, and he put them end to end, or that was the idea, the conceptualization of it, the drawings, let's say, that he did was for that. Which sort of gave us the idea, the understanding the quadratic function and the ridiculousness of it all. And then it brought us, Jesse Kozlowski said that the water level drops 8 inches times the distance in miles squared from the horizontal, measurably. But then Walter Bislin drew a hump with 90-foot hump of water in the middle. And then just recently we've had elevation profiles of straight lines that sort of curve. And also straight water levels, the elevation of water levels. So it's all getting a little bit confusing. But the one thing that we do know is there is definitely a difference between straight and curved. And it can be tested and measured.
Yes, absolutely so.
Yeah. So I like your idea of testing it, Ian. Like you'd be able to test it as well, wouldn't you? Because like if we can design a test that everyone can do, right, regardless of whatever imagination you have of whatever shape you think everything is, if you can do the test and it's got a proof within it, then there's a definite outcome, right?
Absolutely.
That's what we're aiming for.
Yeah, that's my whole premise. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Nobody says that water or that gravity pulls water onto the outside of a basketball. That's surface tension. Side note: you pour water on a basketball, it does get wet. Right. The water does stick to the basketball.
Oh, it's technical.
Right. That's what wetness is. But anyway, moving on. What you need to do is look at your theories, your two or more competing theories, and ask, how are they different? And when you identify with the difference, that is your hook for something that you can test. Okay, here's another clip. I know it's going to be too quiet, so I'll just sort of narrate it. In this one, I want to point out that I don't think these extreme contrarians, the flat earth folks in particular, I don't think they've really thought about things in this way, that we can test it, right? We not only can we test it, but we must test it.
Must.
So what we have here is a clip from Jubilee where the interviewer has 3 globe earthers on screen right and 3 flat earthers on screen left, and the interviewer is going to ask them, can we achieve scientific consensus? And then the ones who step forward think that we can, and the ones who don't step forward say that no, that we cannot.
That's very quiet.
Yeah, it was quiet even in the original.
What is the question? Scientific consensus is possible.
So the question was, is scientific consensus possible? And we see the 3 globe earthers step forward and say, yes, it is. And the 3 flat earthers look very confused by the question. In fact, they haven't expressed verbally that they don't understand the question. So how to be a better flat earther? The first thing I want you to understand is that we can test things. We can achieve an objective result through testing.
Are you trying to say that people should accept scientific consensus?
No. Well, sort of. No. At this point, I am not saying that. I'm saying that something such as a consensus is objectively possible. We could do a test.
But I don't think these guys have got anything to do with the consensus at the minute, have they? They not only did they not have anything to do with it, they just didn't say that they wanted to accept it. I mean, why should they accept something they've had nothing to do with?
The question was not, should we accept or not accept? The question is it possible? Is it possible to achieve scientific consensus? And they're saying no. Or really,
they're saying like what scientific? What about what though?
Yes, define scientific consensus, because I don't understand that term.
Exactly. So the 3 mainstream folks, they understood what the question meant, or they
what
felt they
is
did,
scientific consensus? Like on what?
So I think the point here is not whether there is or what is scientific consensus. The point I'm making is that in the video example, the 3 flat earthers are expressing very similar points to what you are making now, which is that we don't know what that means.
Yeah, what's the scientific consensus that we're supposedly thinking is possible? For what?
What that means, I don't even want to get into it. Let's change to what I was trying
scientific
to
consensus on aporia,
which is objective reality, an objective test that can tell one way or the other, that it is possible to create a test that can falsify a statement.
But this is not scientific
consensus. That's all I was on
Yeah,
about.
So scientific consensus was a bad example.
Yeah, but these three guys sort of accepted it willingly. I think that's what you were trying to show, right? That just because they accepted the globe, they're willing to accept scientific consensus, even though they don't know what that scientific consensus was. They just blindly accepted it.
No, absolutely not. I do not agree with that. But I will say, perhaps it was a bad clip to illustrate my point. Let's say that, and and so instead, the point is supposed to be whether objective, verifiable fact is possible. How about that?
Okay.
Will you all here in the chat concede with me that objective test is possible?
Yes. Is that what you're saying scientific consensus is?
No.
Okay.
No. It was a bad choice of clip that I used. So, yeah, I will just say, let's just retract this section, ignore it completely. I don't want to talk about scientific consensus.
All right. We'll move on.
I want to talk about consensus amongst ourselves. Could we come up with a test to make a discernment such as these, and then perform that test and objectively, once and for all, determine the correctness of that statement?
Use science.
Yes.
That's like logic, though, to correctness of the statement. But we would use the scientific method to, like Paper said earlier, to fill the middle.
Excellent.
Okay. Carry on, then. Let's go.
Testing. Okay. So, examples of tests. Unless there's pause for any comments or anything before I go on to examples.
So they're saying consensus isn't possible in their viewpoint.
Yes, I think that's really at the very heart of what I've discovered of these extreme contrarians is we start with, we can't rely on experts. And then the second one is there's no way to know for sure.
Wow. Okay.
Right? There's no way to know for sure because the immediate reaction, like we think the earth is flat. The experts say it's round. Prove it to me. The expert shows you a photo. Shows you a photo taken from, the Apollo missions. Here's a picture of the Earth. It's round. The response is going to be, well, that's fake. I can't take that picture. I can't go out in my backyard and take a picture that looks like that. There's no way. There's no possible way for me to prove that that is real. And so then my hands get thrown up in the air and that's it. We're done. I now must just discern. I just must use the feelings in my bones to know what is true and what is not true. That's the only way.
Until we've got personalized spaceships, we could all just be zipping around the Earth. We're not gonna reach.
I'll go you further until every single person on the Earth has their own personalized spaceship, and they choose to use it. We will still have people who deny that the Earth is round, and in fact,
and even then,
after all of that sort of stuff, and you've gone through tests and all of that, have you just handed a flat earther a picture?
I'm sorry, are you asking me whether I...
Is that what you've within that story?
I'm saying that pictures from space are not a viable test method.
Okay.
Because we cannot do that test.
Yeah. It's hard to tell whether you're being you or being this flat earth character that's, that's replying to the things. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's just me.
Yeah,
that's just me.
So you're telling these Globers, these guys here, that it's no good for you to just hand somebody a picture.
Well, I should back up on that. Most people, I think, when you say, I don't believe in unicorns or whatever, you say, oh yeah, well, if unicorns are real, show me a picture of a unicorn, right? That's your first go-to, right?
Not me, no, I wouldn't say that.
Well, I think it's most people is your first go-to. It used to say pictures or it never happened. You've heard that term?
Well,
phrase in high school, right?
Yeah.
Photos or it never happened, or video or it never happened.
Yeah, I always thought it was a cheesy thing the kids said.
Yeah, it's a cheesy thing that kids say. But
it's not a viable thing within a setting like this.
It's not enough. It's really not enough, because there's already in there's a picture of a unicorn. Thank you. People have dropped some unicorn photos in there for us. A picture is not enough evidence necessarily. We're going to need to back that up with a little something more than that.
Yeah, I would agree. So pictures aren't good. Brilliant.
And even then, you could hog tie a flat earther and take them up to space and, clockwork orange their eyes to force them to look. And then they would just say, oh, you drugged me.
You put some gas in there, yeah.
Do you think you could do that? Or are you just sort of having a laugh and a joke with the guys?
I don't mean to imply that that's something you would do. That would be ethically and morally wrong. Right? I'm saying that even if someone were to do something so extreme as that, it would not be sufficient to force someone to agree that the earth was round.
Okay. So in your imagination, you could do that. But I mean, that's like Carl Sagan's dragon, isn't it? Bears little.
Just so we're clear, my premise here is, what I'm saying is that you cannot force someone to believe something regardless of evidence. Evidence cannot necessarily prove to someone, convince them, right? You cannot change someone's beliefs that way necessarily.
But you would necessarily have to show the evidence. You can't do what you've just done there and say that you could do something that you obviously couldn't do. I mean, that's not evidence, is it?
My point is that you cannot force someone to believe evidence.
I get that.
Okay, that's all I was saying.
Yeah. I would go a bit further and say that proof is a personal thing, and you can't hand a proof to somebody. They have to gain it themselves in order for them to actually.
That is a way people use the word proof. People use the word proof differently, and one of them is definitely prove it to me. What a lot of people mean is prove it to me, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't do that. You can't hand a proof like that. It takes effort, personally, for you to gain that proof. Yeah, like I say, we went over it at the beginning of the year. We're going to be coming back to it again, probably at the end of the year sometime. Maybe soon.
Windows are curved.
There's a big VR rig. This is all fake. And it's because they always come back to that. You can't prove it, right? It's coming back to, yes, but you can't prove it. You can't prove it.
You say they say you can't prove it. I mean, these are the flat earthers that you've talked to, is it? And what are they telling you that you can't prove?
My use of the term they there refers to an extreme contrarian, a person who refuses to accept any form of evidence.
Okay, but proof, you said they said
when
you can't
present
prove
evidence, the extreme contrarian will continue to reject the evidence.
Okay, but you did say proof.
They are saying the extreme contrarian will say you cannot prove it.
But you said you can't prove it.
I agree, you cannot.
So would you class yourself as an extreme contrarian then?
No.
Oh.
Because I accept evidence. I don't require proof.
But they said proof, and you don't get proof either.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's the difference. I don't ask for proof. I ask for evidence.
Even if it is only a non-self-evident proof, because some evidence can be self-proving evidence and something can be not self-proving evidence, doubtful evidence.
I think I gotta go, guys. Sorry, but yeah, the bottom line is understand the difference between evidence and proof. We don't require a proof in order to put our, belief system behind some piece of evidence.
Okay. Well, if you want to come back at some point, we do actually have a test, and I will run you through it right from first principles all the way through.
Sounds great.
It will be fantastic.
I'll look for you later.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me, guys.
This
Bye.
is where we are. This Discord server, next level. Thank you. Right. Okay. Well, we are going to carry on with this. It's interesting night tonight, right, people?
Yep.
Jolly good.
Interesting, but I'm a little stunned.
Yeah, this is solid. This is why I'm happy I'm back, guys. This is the type of stuff I was looking for.
Super interesting, yeah.
Sweet. Okay, well, we're carrying on because he's telling us how to make better tests. Well, he's telling flat earthers, but I think he means everyone, really. So he's saying this to the Globers, too. I like this guy.
And what I'm telling you, I'm telling flat earthers, you can test it, though. Maybe you can't prove it, but you can test it. You can see what's really true and what's not, based on some pretty simple to do, you can do it in your backyard tests.
He's right as well.
Yes, but he's confusing two terms. Sorry, but he just said that we can test, but we cannot prove. But test in experiment is proof.
Yeah,
this is
you don't see. He's not aware because he's thinking scientific, right? And this particular scientific that he's thinking of is the one that Fight the Flat Earthers told him about, the one where there is no proofs. Well, we're going to show differently, right?
Yes, but I am just exposing that he is just mixing up
fireworks. Who's that?
Hex is making sound. I don't understand.
Who is that?
It was Hex making sound, I think.
Okay. Has somebody muted him?
Yeah, I just muted him.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Weird. Globe science going on in the background. Thank you very much. Yeah, we might have to very soon be moving over into the other room by invite only. I think it may be the sort of thing we need to do.
So Bev, does this gentleman, is everything he's stating, he believes is factual, he has a beliefs, but he has no proof to back his beliefs?
This is the first time we've ever gone over this sort of a video. It's the first time I looked at it, and I only looked at it because the guy called Andrew in the beginning of the video was misrepresenting us as flat earthers.
Right.
But at later date, Logos gives us it. The guy's talking about tests. And guess what? We've got a test that nobody wants to talk about. This guy might be the guy that wants to hear about the test that we have.
But how did he come to the determination that test would not invalidate either way, or it would validate either way? How does he come to that determination?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm just confused.
You need to be able to have a conversation with them, right?
Yeah, if he's willing
to
really have a conversation, yeah.
Well, that's the idea of what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to initiate more conversation. We don't want to shut it down.
Oh, surely. Absolutely.
So his
you
task
can tell
will,
go ahead, Paper. I'm sorry.
his task will be to disprove Beth's test. He should point out where the error or errors are made in his Beth's experiment.
I'm hoping, right, once I show him what our test is and lay it out geometrically, the proof and all of that, and then let him know how we're going to do it, I would hope that he would team up with the globe side, like he said, and come up with that alternative. The one for their claims.
That sounds reasonable.
And that definitely, like he says, it's definitely testable, and what he imagines is definitely testable too. So we've got our test, straight line, Euclid, realizing Euclid, proper geometric one, and he can have his one to show the, I don't know what, well, it depends.
No, but he's talking about two different tests, but he said that this test would not be, cannot validate, because it can validate hypothesis or null hypothesis at the same time. It means that the experiment itself is invalid. Because you cannot establish null hypothesis. So his task is now to show where there is an error in your experiment. That
it's not an experiment; it's just a normal test. But
yes,
you know,
it's test. Yes,
exactly.
But he should point out where the error is in your test.
Well, I mean, that's what it's all about. He's on about tests. I mean, I don't know how many other people have tests out there that they've already performed. You know, I really don't know. But I mean, we'll continue.
Right, and we mentioned one already. We mentioned. No, hold on, I lost my screen. Okay, here we go. We mentioned one of the things that's just really, really easy to test because everyone has access to it are the positions and the motions of the sun, moon, and stars.
Position and the motion of the sun, moon, and stars. That's an example of a test. After he's put the experiment, the density one, performable by any school child as a example of a useless test. Now he's got a test of the position of the lights in the sky.
This is not a test in that sense because you cannot manipulate stars and sun. Sorry. So,
and he made the mistake of saying that's what was in motion. So it's a contradiction right there in what he said.
And we did last year in the solstice, right?
Yep.
We went out and people all over the world went out and said, where is the sun? Basically, you know, where's the sun in the sky?
Where's the sun?
Based on that simple little data collection, we can tell whether the Earth appears to be
collection of angles, I think. Or maybe just people pointing, going, where's the sun? And like an accumulation of those people. Okay, here we go.
Flat or appears to be round. And notice, let's back off of the we proved anything, right? We don't have to say we proved anything.
It's a good job because people looking at the lights in the sky, although maybe a lot of them, it doesn't prove the shape of the ground underneath. I mean, that's ridiculous. But I mean, hey, he can science it. Maybe as some sort of science. There may be something behind it. I'm not aware of it. Not geometrically, anyway.
We can just say, well, based on the data we collected, this is what seems to be true.
Seems.
Right. And so so that's a good one. And there's dozens, literally dozens of variations that you can do based on the position and motion of the stuff that moves through the sky. Another really good one. We hear this one all the time. We hear the horizon always rises to eye level.
Ha! Not round here, we don't hear that. I've not really heard anybody claim that for quite a while. In fact, I've heard 2 people claim that it goes above eye level, but they're definitely not flat earthers. They're George and Jesse. So
Zanuck says that too.
I don't know. Well, yeah. Again, so that's another glober. So this claim that does the horizon rise to eye level seems to be only made by globers that state it of flat earthers, but flat earthers don't say it. I've never heard a flat earther say it.
I would say that horizon stays at the same level always.
Yeah, well, like I said, go on. I said at the beginning, the horizontals don't rise, so it can't.
Yeah, it's simply an apparent location. It changes based on lots of different causes.
It cannot rise.
Not rise. It stays at same level. You can see on the same level the horizon always.
And have we tested it? Damn right we have. It's because it's obvious. I went, look, see, it doesn't.
Raise your hand if you've heard the horizon rises to eye level.
I've never understood what it means, though.
You've heard it by globers. I've never heard it by a flat earther. I've never heard it by a flat earther, but I mean, I don't know.
Oh, well, I can
Maybe I'm
explain. If the Earth is indeed a sphere, then as you move away from the surface of the sphere, the horizon should be lower and lower in your view.
Did you hear that? That was an if then.
Yes, yes.
I'll go over it again. No, it's not. Listen to it.
That moves through the sky. Another really good one. We hear this one all the time. We hear the horizon always rises to eye level. Raise your hand if you've heard the horizon rises to eye level.
I've never understood what it means, though.
Oh, well, I can explain.
I can explain. Listen to this.
If the Earth is indeed a sphere, then as you move away from the surface of the sphere, the horizon should be lower and lower in your view.
If the Earth is a sphere and you rise above it, then it will drop further and further away from you.
Yes, so he is preparing a listener because he's just making bias. So even if whatever he would say after that, listener has already bias that on the globe it should drop. So to keep in mind that it should drop. So instead of explaining how it would work on supposedly flat Earth, he's saying about globe Earth and how it should drop. So he is not explaining really.
No, he is. He's saying if you rise above the surface, then the horizon should constantly drop.
Yes,
that's what he's saying. Yes.
Yes, but he was asked why it should rise to eye level.
Yeah.
That was the question.
Yeah.
So he's not answering directly this question.
No, I know but he's saying something in his mind that's obviously confusing, right? Because step one the horizon does not rise to eye level. When you're on the ground, when you're on a mountain, wherever you are, it does not rise to eye level. But as you rise, it doesn't drop like it should do, like he's just explained on a sphere.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know whether these guys, I mean, they look a little bit confused because, watch.
Right? It will drop away from the horizontal. But if the Earth is a plane, is flat, it will drop. It will also drop at an extremely lower rate.
Right.
Like a very, very much lower rate. And if it is in fact an infinite plane, as many flat earthers think that maybe it's an infinite plane, then the horizon will never drop below eye level. It will always be at exactly eye level.
It will always be at exactly eye level if it's a flat Earth, right? That's because you'd be flat. You'd be on the flat. There would be no elevation changes. Have you ever heard of flatland? That's the horizon that he's talking about.
And still he is not correct, because even on a perfect flat plane, horizon will be just below your eye level.
Because you'd be stood on it.
Yes, of course.
Right, but so what he's doing, he's putting himself on the plane, on the infinite plane. Yes, so in which case, there wouldn't be a horizon. You would be on it because it's flat.
Yes. It would be a line, not you could not see surface of the Earth, of this plane, because it would become a line for you.
Yeah, you would be making it not flat because you'd be stood on it at an elevation above it.
Yes.
So, I mean, all of this is like a confused mind of how people imagine what they imagine flat being, rather than just dealing with reality. And he did say it. If it's a sphere, if you rise above it, then it should drop constantly, because it should never rise. It should always be going down, out, away from you.
I actually do have a video on my channel where I do the math to work out what is the angle. And you can work out the angle for the sphere. That's pretty well known.
The angle for the sphere is pretty well known. What does that mean? Does anybody know the angle of the sphere?
I don't know, but I started laughing when I heard him say it.
It's pretty well known.
I think 360 degrees.
Yeah. On the X and Y. And then on the, yeah.
But you can also, it's very easy to work out the angle if the Earth is flat.
So there's a different angle. I don't know. Don't know what he's going on about.
It's just that it depends on how far out you're seeing.
The angle depends on how far out you're seeing. I mean, that sounds like a geometrically confused guy.
Yes, because if he is telling about plane, there is no angle on the plane, because this is straight. So I think he is talking about view angle. It means angular size of object, maybe not.
No, that's a size, isn't it? It's like an angular size is still just an angle. I don't understand what because he's on about calculating an angle. I don't know.
So it's very easy to test, though. It's like super, super easy to test. So if you see the claim one way or the other, you see the claim that the horizon always rises to eye level, or you see the opposing claim, which is no, the horizon does not rise to eye level. Why don't you just test it? It is just unbelievably simple to test. You just get like a theodolite app on your phone. That's what this picture is. a theodolite app on your phone, and you can climb a mountain and then go and look at the horizon and tell, is it below eye level or is it above eye level? Or better yet, get on a plane, fly somewhere, grab one of those Southwest Airlines getaway fares for like a couple $100, just fly somewhere, get your theodolite app and point it out the window and see. Another one, let me see, I don't know if you.
This.
That's a water level.
Wait. Shush.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Shush.
I'm sorry.
We're doing the horizon rising to eye level. Right? You can just get on a plane. Get a theodolite app on your phone or get a level, go up a hill, or just get an auto level, go to the beach. All of these things you'll see. Probably it was one of the first things that brought me into this conversation, really, was stating that the horizon doesn't rise to eye level, and it can't. I made a little video, one of the first videos I ever made, with my level, with stickers on it, trigger stickers. Right, now, at this moment, I paused it because this is just too good. Check it out and listen to the words he is about to speak.
You can see me here. I made this. This is based on a design from Bob the Science Guy. I iterated on it, but I came back to his original design is brilliant. This is great.
This is a design from Bob the Science Guy for a water level. His original design. So if anybody knows where this video is for the original design of this water level from Bob the Science Guy, please let us know. Please. Listen.
This cost under $10. So I just went to the hardware store and I bought some plastic tube and 2 of these little T-junctions and just make this shape. And then you put water in it and maybe some food coloring if you want. Just water is good enough. And what this is a water level.
It's a water level. Well, thank you very much. I can science that. Please tell us about a water level.
So you just put the water at a point in the tube on both sides. And then when you line these up so that the water lines are straight, you can see exactly what is horizontal based on that. Remember, water always finds its level, right? So the 2 water levels on the 2 arms of the pipe will be at exactly the same horizontal level. So you line those up and that gives.
Did you hear that? Do you want me to do that again? Do you want to hear that again?
Yes.
Because, I mean, like, imagine the nerve of the guy sat there in front of those Globers saying that. That's brave, isn't it? And Bob gave him the idea of this. I wonder whether Bob told him about a water level. I hope he did.
Get your theodolite app and point it out the window and see.
Here we go.
Another one. Let me see. I don't know if you can see me here. I made this. This is based on a design from Bob the Science Guy. I iterated on it, but I came back to his original design is brilliant. This is great.
Yes.
This cost under $10. So I just went to the hardware store and I bought some plastic tube and 2 of these little T-junctions and just make this shape. And then you put water in it and maybe some food coloring if you want. Just water is good enough. And what this is a water level. So you just put the water at a point in the tube on both sides. And then when you line these up so that the water lines are straight, you can see exactly what is horizontal based on that. Remember, water always finds its level, right? So the two water levels on the two arms of the pipe will be at exactly the same horizontal level. So you line those up, and that gives you a perfect horizontal. So then just point that at the distant horizon and answer. Did the horizon rise to eye level or not? Cost you $10. Anyone can do it.
Anyone can do it. And what a perfect tool for establishing a horizontal.
Yes,
Under
but
$10.
He's contradicting what he told before, because he said that this water level cannot establish horizontal, because we still don't know if we are on Earth, curved Earth or not, because it means that we cannot determine if horizontal is straight or curved. Or level, or water level is straight or
perfectly horizontal. I mean, don't take us away from it. Like, there's no need to inject any model. He said there he has a tool that Bob the science guy gave him the idea for the original plans for it, and it is a water level that establishes a perfect horizontal. The water level always establishes a perfect horizontal.
Yes, I'm just saying that he said before that you cannot validate or invalidate because it doesn't prove anything. So,
well, he didn't say it was a proof. He just said it was Bob the science guy that had told him how to make a water level. Now, I think and hope it was Bob the science guy that told him the water level was the tool for establishing a horizontal. I mean, obviously is. We've been saying it for quite a while, but do you reckon these guys are going to say anything to him?
No.
He's just said in that room there about the water level establishing a horizontal. No, you get the transcript for this. It's good.
So another one we see this claim all the time. This is one of the most popular flat earth.
Look, none of them said anything to him. He just sat there and told three globers, obvious globers, or globe skeptics, I don't know, that the water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal. What do you think I'd have got if I'd have told him that?
I think that these three globers don't realize implication of that statement.
Oh no, these guys definitely know that, because, well, haven't they just changed it? Level is horizontal to flat Earth, right? Didn't we just get told the other day if you use a x-axis that's horizontal for your elevation plans, you're a flat earther? They're all doing it. They're all crossing out flat and putting in level is horizontal in that place for it. And he's just sat there and told them.
I'm thinking these dudes aren't even paying attention. They're like playing League of Legends or something. They're just
No, they're definitely watching. It's because it's the delivery. It's who says it to who. They know the natural implications of water level. They can't go against him because that would be, well, publicly.
I will say though, just looking at Andrew's face, if you wanted to replay just that bit,
yeah,
it does look like he just ate a lemon. If you just watch Andrew.
Yeah, I said that earlier. The facial expressions are the best part of this.
Yeah,
because I think in this there are experts in the globe, right? Although there's no such thing as an expert in the globe. There's no globe subject. There's no one that's any better than anybody else within the globe narrative, because it's not fucking real. Nobody studies it. And there are some people that imagine that they're better at this argument or whatever than other people. I think Andrew might be one of them. But look at this one now. Do we see too far? What a moronic claim. Think about it for a second. To ask someone, do we see too far? Or the opposite. Do we not see far enough?
And maybe we can jump too high.
Yeah, the key is the eye is a tool. You see as far as the tool allows you to.
Yeah, you just see what you see, right? There's no too much or not enough. I mean, if you're going blind, all right, you need glasses and you haven't got your glasses on, then you can't see too far. But that's not the same sort of thing that we're talking about now. This is a stupid claim that's only ever made by people within this arena to stimulate a conversation about something that isn't real. It's what I would call a non-argument to drum up something that they can have a conversation about. You can see things.
Claims is that we see too far, right? So far, that's a claim. We see too far as a claim. So what are we going to do? We're going to say, how do you test it, right? How do we test that?
How do you test the claim? Do we see too far? What? I'm not so sure he can science that. It doesn't make sense.
That claim. And while we're testing it, remember we have two hypotheses. We're going to compare either the Earth is a globe or the Earth is flat.
Is that? I mean, what? What's going on?
False dichotomy.
Yeah, this guy, I think what he's trying to show here is that how bad you can be at representing both globe and flat earthers. That there's only one way to go from there. There's only just up.
Well, I think this is exposing, I don't know, the futileness of the entire operation that's going on here. These aren't arguments made by anybody as far as I know. It's arguments that are made up by a group of people that imagine there's a group of people that are doing this. And perhaps there are. Perhaps Sleeping Warrior and people like that. I don't know. Flat Earth heroes are out there making these ridiculous claims. But people like me get labelled by people like this, Andrew, as this flat earther that says this stuff. And I don't say any of this stuff. In fact, I say the opposite of all of this. I don't know who does say it, personally. No one that comes round here, apart from these model fanatics that can't get the idea of having two hypotheses around a claim. Do we see too far? Well, let's have a flat Earth and a globe Earth. Like, what? It's ridiculous claims.
And we want to falsify
these are example
one
tests.
or both of them, right? So when we ask, do we see too far? We must also ask, do we see far enough? If the Earth was a globe, we should see this. If the Earth was flat, what should we see? Is that what we see, right? So design it.
What a ridiculous claim. I mean, I don't know whether he thinks he's like sounding really intelligent or not. But he's imagining what he would see on something that he definitely doesn't think's real.
You would have been better. Instead of Chicago, he would show Blackwell Tower. That just would have made the cherry on top. It would just been like, that would just been the best. That would have been a joy.
I can science that's done a video on Blackpill Tower.
Oh,
That would be really good to have a chat with him about all of these sort of things. would be really good.
I would say that the sun is more distant than Chicago skyline, but I can still see the sun. So I
Do you
can
see too far?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is that far enough? Hey.
No, Polaris maybe Polaris is farther than sun. No.
But is that far enough?
We should search for most distant star in heliocentric universe. So and then pick up, and I can still see that.
It's a good example of a test. Says I can science that. I think it's a ridiculous thing.
Test based on that, and don't forget the, like, if you don't see what you're supposed to see for a globe, then do you actually see what you're supposed to see if it's flat? Right? We don't get to just give the other side a pass. You got to test them both. All right, and here's a last favorite I'll point out, just because it costs literally nothing but time. Everyone can do this behind your keyboard. Keyboard warriors can do this one. Just plot the distances between cities. Take like a bunch of major cities all around the world.
Like Manchester, London, maybe somewhere in Scotland, maybe Halifax. I don't know what sort of big cities you have. But that's what I'm imagining when he says that. Take a bunch of cities and distances between them, especially in the UK. Ordnance survey maps. You can do that. You can measure them. So that anyone can do this. Just takes a little bit of time.
And figure out how far apart they are based on commercial airline data, right? You can...
Wait a minute. Figure how far they are on commercial airline data. Why can you not just measure them on the map? Makes sense, doesn't it?
Yes, you can measure on the map. You can take a ruler and knowing the scale, you can just see how distant they are.
Yeah. I mean, hey, he can do the airplane method, but I would definitely use the direct measurement.
You can book a flight from this city direct to this other city.
I can't afford
out
that.
And back. What is the average time? And use the flight time as a proxy for distance.
Flight time.
Right. And so then...
Use the flight time as a proxy for distance. I mean, anyone can do this. All it takes is time, he says. Book a flight. I'd go with the ruler method myself.
Use that to lay out what geometric arrangements you can make to make a map. You can build up now a map of what the world actually looks like.
We definitely need to have a word with this guy. I mean, there's quite a few different things, isn't there? We can have a chat with him about.
How can you plot a map upon your flight time? This is new method.
Making geometric shapes and then seeing how they fit together. I like it. It's like a jigsaw puzzle type thing. I bet there'd be triangles, wouldn't they? And you know how they fit together? Triangles with 180 degrees. Do you want to have a guess? Geometric. He did say geometric shapes. I bet they would be triangles. Yeah. I bet they would. There we go.
And so there are two competing theories. One is that it's flat. Oh. So if it's flat, then when you plot the distances on a flat piece of paper, you should be able to make a map that works.
Yeah, like a map. Like everybody knows, like a map that works. All the maps that work are like the map that he's just described, aren't they? They all work.
Flat.
Yeah. Oh, don't say that. Flat. No, don't say that. He doesn't want to say that. It's just maps, right? Everybody, you don't need to say that. Everybody knows what a map is. And then the other maps, obviously, they compete in theory.
And the alternate is that it's a sphere. So if it is a sphere, then you should not be able to make a flat map that works.
There you go. If it is a sphere, you should not be able to make a flat map that works.
Yes, that's why they call them projections, not maps.
No, they are maps. Flat maps work. All maps are flat, to be honest.
Yes,
and they all work.
That's why they call this spherical something.
What they call what? Who call what? No, maps. No, maps are right. They scale maps. They are correct.
Yes, but
yes.
To make this globe map, you have to do projection.
No, that's not what he said. I'll go back and listen to it again. You're not quite listening to it.
And so there are two competing theories. One is that it's flat. So if it's flat, then when you plot the distances on a flat piece of paper, you should be able to make a map that works. And the alternate is that it's a sphere. So if it is a sphere, then you should not be able to make a flat map that works. Instead,
there you go.
Okay, so he's telling that if we are on the globe, we cannot make a map because
we can't make flat maps that work.
Yes. Okay.
Good. It's like a modus tollens, isn't it? Yeah.
So because we can do that map.
Yes. Yes, we can make flat maps that do work. Therefore, sorry, your globe's gone. But I mean, that's all right. Don't worry about it. He sat in front of these guys. These guys will definitely notice that and go, ooh, I'm not so sure about that.
That you would have to map it on a three-dimensional globe for this to work. So that presents a difference, right? There's a difference.
See, you have to map it on a 3D globe for maps to work. That's the only way they can work if you live on a globe. Genius.
Between those two results.
Science the shit out of that. It's easily testable, yeah.
Okay, so what have I got here?
Right, and he just goes from that straight from saying that you can't make flat maps if you have a globe. He goes straight from that to things that aren't critical thinking. Maybe there may be a little bit of critical thinking that he's just completely missed. Are you guys with me now with paralogisms? Things that people just cannot see.
He didn't realize maybe that he disproved his globe just right now.
That's genius. I might have to clip that. Anybody? I'll put it back again. There somewhere.
Not be able to make a flat map that works. Instead, you would have to now a map of what the world actually looks like.
There we go.
And so there are two competing theories. One
theories
is that it's flat. So if it's flat, then when you plot the distances on a flat piece of paper, you should be able to make a map that works.
A 2-scale map.
And the alternate is that it's a sphere. So if it is a sphere, then you should not be able to make a flat map that works. Instead, you would have to map it on a three-dimensional globe for this to work. So that presents a different.
Do you notice he did say 3-dimensional globe as well?
Yes, not two-dimensional
surface of a sphere. Yeah. It's giving the game away. I see that. 3-dimensional globe is a non-developable surface. And a flat map is a developable surface. there is a difference, like he says. Definitely a difference between the two. One of them is provable, one of them is not provable. There's a difference.
Right? There's a difference.
There is.
Between those two results, and it's easily testable.
It easily is.
Okay, so what have I got here? One more reminder is that we're supposedly doing critical thinking. Now, I want to point out that critical thinking doesn't just mean being critical, right? It doesn't just mean saying no. Right?
It means thinking.
It means thinking, right? It's not critical feeling, it's critical thinking, right? So it's not saying my intuition tells me you're wrong and therefore I am critical of what you say. That is not critical thinking. Critical thinking is saying, I see your claim and I'm going to be critical of it and I'm going to think through it. And some things that are not, things that don't count as critical thinking at all. The first one is the famous, you can't prove it. We've talked about that one already today. You can't prove it, therefore it's not true. That's not critical thinking. Or you can't prove it, therefore I'm going to dismiss it.
So who says you can't prove it? Didn't he say earlier that he couldn't prove it? There is no proof. You can't prove it. I think that he said that.
He said that he personally did not need proof, that evidence was enough for him.
Yeah. And there is no proof within science. So you can't prove that through science, at least. So that's not critical thinking on his behalf. Like I said at the time, I don't agree with that. I mean, like, there are things you can prove.
This is quite opposite what I think about critical thinking. Because if you cannot prove something, and I point out that you cannot prove something, therefore I disprove your argument. So your argument is invalid, and you cannot try to convince me whatever.
Yeah. And I would say, in order for you to say to somebody, you can't prove that you would literally have had to have critically thought about the process of proof for that matter to be able to come up with that statement. Or at least I hope you would be able to. So there is some critical thought process, hopefully, that goes on. I'm not so sure I don't know. I've never liked the idea of people talking about critical thinking like this. Because it's like they're lording it over somebody else when, I don't know, I don't think you should. It's not something I'd do. We'd have a discussion about critical thinking, but to say what is and isn't, I don't know. Let's see.
Right. That doesn't count. That's not a legitimate rebuttal to one of these tests. If somebody puts forth a test, we don't claim, right, that seeing the sunrise on Tuesday does not prove that the sun rises every Tuesday, and saying that it doesn't prove it is not a rebuttal, right? That's not going to get you anywhere. Okay, what else? Ad hoc rescue. I like this one a lot. You've designed your test, and the test doesn't come out the way you expected. So what do? You try to invent an excuse. So let's see. Probably the most famous ad hoc rescue attempt in the world of flat Earth is Bob Nodell. Bob Nodell's famous 15 degrees per hour. Are you guys familiar with the film Behind the Curve?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. In the film Behind the Curve, which is a beautiful piece of film, by the way.
What?
Bob Nodell explains how, according to their hypothesis, the Earth should not be rotating 15 degrees per hour, but they measured that it was. And then here is his reaction to that.
Obviously, we're not willing to accept that. And so we started looking for ways to disprove that it was actually registering the motion of the Earth, and that it in fact was registering the motion of the sky.
Right. And so they don't accept it, and they look for ways to show that it is coming from something else.
Right. He's doing the they thing. I mean, I don't want to speak for an entire group of people, and I'd hope that Bob Nodell isn't that man.
He's talking about this so-called lasers, fiber laser, whatever gyroscope. But this is not real gyroscope, but this is something else. This is device.
No, he's talking about the words he said. He just said, we are unwilling to accept that, so we look for ways to disprove it. That's what Bob said. That's what they're talking about. Yes, the fact that he said that he's just unwilling to accept it.
Yes, but this is all based on this so-called fiber something gyroscope, optical device.
Yeah, the fiber optic gyro, exactly.
Yes, I think this device, it doesn't exist. And if it exists, it doesn't do what it's supposed to do, because gyroscope is supposed to...
Yeah, but let's not get into that, because he's just talking about what Bob said.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, we don't need to go into the explanation of all of that other stuff, because it's like, I'm not really interested in it. He's just trying to go over things that aren't critical thinking, and it's not critical thinking to say, I'm not willing to accept that. We'll go and find something else. Which is right. It's not critical thinking to do that. But to keep testing, yeah, I mean, that's well worthwhile.
Right, so that we call it ad hoc rescue. Yeah, it's the sky moving, and for reasons, the laser is somehow picking up the motion of the sky. Okay. What else we got here? Moving the goalposts is a very well-known fallacy, and yeah, this one doesn't count. This isn't critical thinking either. When your hypothesis fails, you accept it. You don't then say, okay, but I demand something more. The classic example is, the flat earther says, show me, if the earth were round, then, and space were real, then they could show me a photo of the earth from space. There's never been a photo of earth from space. And then you whip out photos from...
Has anyone ever said that? Has anybody ever heard that as an argument?
No, I didn't.
So. I have heard that on some of the videos of Eric Dubay and others. That there's not an actual photo.
Oh, right.
Yeah, not an actual photo.
Okay. So Eric Dubay, that's a strange one, isn't
composite imagery.
Yeah.
Yeah, composite's a composite of something. It's a projection of something, like Paper said earlier. Yeah. Okay.
The two photos that they claim are real are 1972 and then pale blue dot.
So they do claim there are photos that are real then. So saying that there aren't photos that are real will just end up with them handing you a photo that they say is real. I mean,
correct.
It's a ridiculous.
Well, they refer to them as images.
Yeah.
They don't refer to them as photos, but they refer to them as...
I know, but that's going to get you into an argument or a discussion, like he says. It's not critical thinking for you to say, I mean, I haven't got a clue what he's saying. It's not critical thinking. Things that aren't critical thinking is somebody saying, you can't give me a photo from space, and him going, yeah, here's a photo from space. That's not critical thinking. No critical thinking's gone on within that exchange at all, has it?
On both sides.
Both sides, yeah. I would give him that. It's like a ridiculous conversation with zero critical thinking gone into it.
The Apollo missions or something, and you show, here's a photo taken on film of the Earth from space, and then it becomes, oh well, yeah, but where's the live video, right? Okay, now that's called moving the goalpost. You had just asked for a photo. I presented the photo. You now need to accept the photo. Like, you're welcome to ask for video, but before you do so, first, please acknowledge, okay, you're right. There's a photo, right? There is a photo that I asked for, and that is an excellent piece of evidence. I wonder now, is there also a video, right? Simply dismissing the evidence as we move the goalposts back is not critical thinking. What else we got? We got deflection. Another one is deflection or whataboutism, right? Is when you just say, I present the photo, and then it becomes, yeah, but water doesn't stick to a spinning ball, is your response. We're just changing the subject to something else because you've lost. So that doesn't count.
He's lost because he's just handed him a picture again. You notice his tactics is handing a picture to somebody. Win or lose.
So for every valid argument, it would be a photo from space.
Yeah, that wins. Trump card. Boom, there you go. Drop it down.
As critical thinking. So I'm asking you to be a better flat earther. What you need to do is stick to a topic and drill in a little deeper until you get to the logical end, right?
Oh, see, stick to a topic and drill in a little deeper till you get to the logical end. Well, come to the right place.
So is that what he has done so far?
I don't know, but that's definitely what we've done.
Yeah, I agree, but it doesn't seem to me like that's what he's done so far. He sounds extremely biased. Extremely.
Well, I mean, don't want to sway him because he might be wanting to listen to the test. He might be the only person so far.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm not trying to do that. Give you my honest opinion.
But so far, he told us stick to fake pictures instead of talking about water not sticking, which would be rather valid physical argument. But no, let's stick to pictures from.
But yeah, because that's how he's opened the argument. He started with the picture, and then somebody moved the goalpost to another argument, but he doesn't want to go to that one because that's moving the goalpost or deflection or whatever. He wants to stick to the showing the pictures and you accepting the pictures first. I mean, that's handy enough. I mean, if that's how he wants to approach this conversation, but I mean, he best know that we won't be talking about pictures or we won't be talking about seeing too far. We like he just said, stick to one topic, nail it down, focus in on it, get to the logical point behind it.
Exactly. Get from point A to point B logically.
Yes.
Exactly.
And express every step along the way so everybody can understand. Yeah. That's
no deviation. Straight line. Yeah.
And find out what is really true.
Go on. Who's that?
No, my bad. I was just going to double down. Go ahead.
Don't find what is true just by skipping along the surface from one object to the next. Another thing that definitely does not count as critical thinking is magical thinking. Here's a real picture. The one on the left there is a picture I found of somebody thinks that's what the Earth looks like. So it's flat, and there are lands. You'll see there's lands out beyond the ice wall, right? The ice wall of Antarctica, and there's a gap.
A couple of gaps.
there's a gap here out into more lands. There's more lands that the experts, I don't know, NASA, whoever, are hiding from you. They're hiding this from you. And there's another sun out here and stuff like that. Now let me ask you, if you are a flat earther and you're really into this, whoever drew this, where did they get this information from? Where did they, right? This is made up, right? let's get real. Whoever drew this image has not been to these locations, has not plotted these locations. They just plumb made it up. And we call that magical thinking, right? We just inventing things. That does not count as critical thinking.
Wow, that's good. Very good.
This is controlled opposition who drew that ridiculous pictures or projections or whatever, and therefore this guy can laugh at it.
Right, I know, but I mean, these are pictures he's done as examples of what he's talking about as magical thinking. Right, that's making stuff up. Not necessarily these. This is just depictions of what he thinks people making stuff up is. This is a unicorn. Thank you.
I wonder what his opinion on the photos or whatever the images of the black holes would be.
Well, there's all sorts of things that people have made up, right?
I mean, does he drool over those and accept them as a reality? I mean, I would categorize both these photos exactly the same.
Well, I would characterize the twin tangents of LIGO by F.E. Dogma as a completely fictional thing also. He's made it up. It's not possible. It's not real. It's like this unicorn. But it's good to know that it's not critical thinking to just make things up. So if we're ever in a conversation with anybody and they make things up, you make sure you point stuff out to them. No, that's not critical thinking, making stuff up. Magical thinking. I like the idea of that. That's good.
I talked in some length about the useless tests. And also...
Look, he's still put it in here. Things that aren't critical thinking. A density test performed in schools.
Yes, and this is a precisely valid test.
Yeah.
And this proves something, and he is putting Anthony to screen.
Yeah.
To make people associate useless tests with egg experiment.
Yeah. And this next bit. I don't know whether he's going through it. Useless tests. That is definitely not a useless test. Definitely not.
It teaches you something. It's definitely not useless.
Yeah. Yeah, I went, like I say, we went through it. Me and my lad did it at the same time Anthony was doing that. We may have thought different things about it.
You do it exactly the same, each of you, and come up with the exact same result?
No.
No?
But, I mean, that's a different matter, right?
Okay.
And come to a different conclusion also.
Okay.
But yeah, we've all done it. Actually, practically. So, yeah.
Thinking, right? We just inventing things. That does not count as critical thinking. I talked in some length about the useless tests. And also, the last one I want to point out, because we see this in the flat earth circles, and I want you to let this one go, is semantic arguments. Semantic arguments are, for example, things like, let's say, science is the study of the natural world. Therefore, if you use an apparatus during your scientific study that is not a natural object, that doesn't count. It's not science now, right?
That's definitely not critical thinking. But is that semantics? Have they changed the idea of what semantics is?
Yes, but I think he's referring to maybe to Nathan Oakley, because Nathan Oakley insists that it should be natural and no human-made gizmo can prove anything. He stated, maybe he retracted this, but I heard him saying that. And I disagree, because whatever gizmo we have, it is part of our world.
Right.
So
Is that semantics?
No, it is not.
No. Okay. So he's completely misunderstood. If that's what he's meant, is something about Nathan Oakley that isn't semantics. That's not what he meant. He's talking about semantics as a not critical thinking. Now, me, after dealing with what we've been dealing with, is the trivium. The trivium starts with grammar. The grammar's the words. The semantics is the correct use of the word in a way that's easy to portray to each other. To me, that's what semantics is. I'm not too sure what they've developed it into nowadays. Again, this is another conversation that we could do to have.
I think they are changing meaning of this word semantics, like they changed the rhetoric, for example.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a way that they can take semantics into, oh, that's semantics. But semantics is just the correct use of a word. It's not whatever I think they want. It's finally an honest thing as well.
So if I, for example, I want to test whether two objects are attracted to each other, perhaps I might build something like the Cavendish experiment, a big torsion beam, and put masses on there and see if they are deflected. And then the response might be, this whole torsion beam is a man-made object. And a man-made object is not natural, therefore you're not doing science.
Where do you see torsion beams in nature? I think is
exactly. Where do you see torsion beams in nature? Or even they'll go just even simpler, where do you see that phenomenon in nature? We must be, science only works based off of phenomena that are observed in nature. So if you don't have a natural observation of that, then we're shutting this whole thing down now because it's not science.
I think that's being hyper specific about science and the natural thing. I mean, I'm not too sure that's semantics.
No, it is not.
I don't think he's touched on semantics at all there.
This is a cope. This is a cope to get around, like, just basically cause and effect. If I set up a device to do X and the device does X, the only thing I proved was I did something.
Is that semantics though? I want to try and keep on what he's talking about, rather than going off into something that it definitely is not what he's talking about. Right, if he's got a bad example of what he's using for semantics, then let's not give him another bad example of semantics.
Yes, it is not semantics, generally. He's talking about something else. He's talking about bad experiments or non-experiments, seemingly experiments, but this is not semantics.
And he's put semantics in with things that aren't critical thinking. Well, I don't know. Like I say, I'd use this is the correct use of words. And I would say that is the correct use of words is critical thinking. You're at least critically thinking about the words that you're using in order to portray what you want to portray.
Yes, so semantics would be a part of critical thinking.
Yeah. Not things that aren't. I mean, I don't know. It's all back to front. See how well we can do
it's a semantic argument. We're just trying to play word games here. trying to use very specific definitions of words to try to shut down something.
See, what very specific definitions of words? Which ones? Science, natural, phenomena? Which words is somebody trying to use? Or is he trying to use semantics right now to confuse the issue by being non-specific about the words that he's using?
Yes, it suggests so, because he said that it is not good to be hyper specific. I would say that it's quite opposite, because in science you have to be hyper specific as much as possible.
Yeah,
well, he did admit to earlier using lots of words colloquially, and then when you ask, like, what do you mean by that? I mean, that would be semantics, but I need to know what he's meaning when he says a word.
Yeah.
And use it the same way each time, not colloquially.
So I think he's the guy who doesn't like definitions too much.
Yeah. Well, we are pretty specific with the identity of the thing that we're talking about, like I tried to express to him earlier. I hope he does come back, I really do.
So I want to ask you to come back on all of these things. On all of these things, just constantly remember, we were trying to discern truth from falsehood. Is it true or is it not true? At no point did we say, I wanted to discern whether it is natural or not natural, right? I said, is it true or not? So do man-made objects behave in a certain way? Is perfectly valid way of testing for the truth of something, right? It does not have to be a natural, like, grown out of the earth apparatus or something in order for it to be true. Right? Many things are man-made that are also true, real, genuine objects, right?
I'm not too sure we understand true means. I think he may be redefining the word true.
Yes, I think because it's rather ambiguous in his mouth, because we all know what is true. True is something that exists, that we can see, validate, or check, or whatever. That is true. But in his words, I am not certain what he is talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, you could say, it is true that this is a cup. I mean, but does that... I don't know whether that's finding the truth. It's not really scientific or stuff, but I don't know. Like, further conversation is needed.
Okay, so in summary, how to be a better flat earther. If you're a flat earther, or if you're not a flat earther, right? Keep this in mind. The truth of the matter is, I'm not going to sway any flat earthers with my talk today. What I might do, what I hope to do, is to influence some regular folks out there to see how can I apply these same things in my own belief system.
System.
So how to be a better flat earther is really how to be a better skeptic, how to be skeptical. So first off, yes, be skeptical. When you hear that chocolate is a huge health benefit, you read that in your latest science blog, and it says, oh, chocolate, it turns out, cures cancer. I want you to be skeptical, right? Don't just accept that because I really like chocolate, I would really like that to be true. So I'm just going to go out and buy chocolate and not feel guilty about it, right? Remain skeptical.
Be skeptical.
Demand
chocolate.
Tests. If it is true, it is testable. If it is not testable, then it's really not worth our time to argue whether it's true or not. There's no way to tell, right? If there's no way to test it, then there's no way to tell whether it's true or not. So demand that there be a test. And if someone presents a claim, Ask them immediately, how do you test that?
Oh, I like that. Somebody makes a claim. Demand. How do you test that? He's obviously done loads of tests.
How have you tried to test that? How can I try to test that? If you don't have answers, then your claim is not good enough. You need to go back and come up with a test. Okay, and so for flat Earth in particular, require that these tests are able to distinguish the difference between flat Earth and globe Earth, right?
Right. So these are just specifically for the flat earthers, but he did say everybody, not just flat earthers, but this does seem specific to flat earthers or globe earthers. I mean, why would anybody else care whether that you have to make a test to distinguish flat from globe? Not flat.
A photo of Chicago over the lake is the beginnings of a test. Though it cannot distinguish between flat and globe, or perhaps it can if you look at it in the right ways. So I'm not telling you the answer, but I am telling you, design a test that can tell the difference. And here's a big one. The flat Earth community it's a community. It's a community of people that get together and they share ideas. And
it's a community of people that get together and share ideas. I don't know whether he's ever been in this community. Don't know where it is.
That's just life.
Maybe
you might
on
just say
YouTube.
Life is.
Yeah. Yeah, but he's obsessed with these flat earthers. He thinks flat earthers have a lovely community where they all get together.
And he wasn't invited.
Yeah.
He's like that fat kid who didn't get picked in dodgeball, and now he's mad. He's mad he didn't get picked.
No, he doesn't want to. He's hung about with flat earthers. He's interviewed many of them. He knows flat earthers. He knows the community they frequent.
The main driver, remember from the very beginning of what I talked about, the driver behind this is that we've been lied to, and we're not going to tolerate that, right? So if you want to be a better flat earther, do not tolerate lies.
Do not tolerate lies. You flat earthers out there, do not tolerate lies. He says, better. Be better.
And that means within your own community, lies should be absolutely the worst possible thing that you would ever tolerate, right? So don't stand for it.
Mm-hmm.
If another flat earther comes forward with something that is a lie, call them on it. Don't allow that to grow within your community and spread. We are not going to tolerate lies. And the same thing goes for, debunkers and everybody else out there. You hear that chocolate cures cancer. Don't spread that information unless you are able to demand a test that is reliable and can distinguish whether that's true or not. And then if you find that test and it does not validate the claim that chocolate cures cancer, then I want you to call that out and definitely spread the information that is not true, right?
Right. And we can all agree that we can all be better people, whether we're flat earthers, not flat earthers, globe earthers, skeptics, debunkers, whatever we are, we should all be together with I can science that. Do not tolerate lies.
Totally agree. But we are talking to people which are making up things. It would mean that they are lying.
Yeah. So be skeptical and demand tests from these people. If they make claims about something, you demand tests. And these tests require the tests to distinguish flat from globe.
And that's kind of what I got on about at the very beginning, was that even more so if they come from a system of authority. You know, like, why? Tell me why.
Well, you've got tests, right? Quick.
Yeah.
So, because if you were to make any claim whatsoever, people would be able to demand tests of you. But do you reckon this? I reckon this might stop people from making claims.
Especially if the person says no, thank you, and you just see how they respond.
Mm-hmm.
Like if somebody says, "Here, this right here is going to save your life," like the piece of chocolate, or the seatbelt, or the daytime running headlight. Okay, well, certainly, Toby, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. Oh, you can't, because if you do that, you're a criminal, but you're also the victim. So pay the system of authority to remedy that crime. Then
I don't know where you're going, Crit.
I'm just talking about the executive. Yeah, I know. That's what we told me to hush earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's unique for Americans because we have NASA. I know, like in England, you don't have something equivalent to that, so it's a little bit difficult, to kind of articulate some of those ideas.
Yeah. I don't watch TV either. We're just trying to stick to this.
I gotcha.
Don't tolerate lies. I think this is the new way forward. I think I can science that.
And
definitely help
lies. Lies are a spectrum, like all things. It's a lie is a falsehood that was told intentionally, and the intentionalness of it, sort of a flexible thing. Maybe it was an accident. Maybe it wasn't a deliberate lie. In that case, I want you to demand corrections. So if somebody posts...
Isn't he demanding? I'm not too sure. I'm pretty sure he's not been around these parts. Demands don't tend to go down too well. But hey, who knows? It might be what people need around these parts. Who knows? A guy coming demanding things of you.
Something that is not true. Maybe they weren't lying. I expect that you point out it was not true, and this is how we tested to see if it was true or not. And I demand that you correct. If you want to be part of our truth community, you want to be part of the truth community, you must demand corrections when errors are made.
There you go. So if you spot an error or a lie or whatever, maybe they didn't know, and you point out to them that you've spotted that mistake that they've made, and you, like say for twin tangent points or whatever, right? You should demand corrections from them.
I think that this part of this film, Blue Marble and Ruhif should listen to this.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow I don't think it's for them.
It is. He did. He said it was for debunkers and everything. He said this is for all of us. This is how we become better.
I know what he said, and I hope he comes back, and I hope we get a chance to talk about the test that you guys have done, because I, for one, am going to go through this video. Hopefully you'll go back and say what the video is and how we can find it.
Yeah.
I'm going to go through this video and list all the things I can science that has said. List them out in bullet point form, not just this stuff, but everything, the entire presentation, and then see how he responds to your test.
Yeah.
Because I think he gave a clue early on when you said you didn't want to go through it exactly, right? Because it would take too long.
Yeah.
And we wanted to go through this video. But I think he gave a bit of a clue when he called your initial foray into describing the test as circular.
Yeah. I know. That's why I wanted for us to go over this first. Then we know what he requires of tests.
Yeah, I understand.
And he knows about skeptical and lying. And
that's why I said I'm not so sure that this is for both sides.
Yeah.
But I'd be happy to be proven wrong.
Yeah.
Be happy to take that evidence. Be great.
Yeah, there's still a few minutes left. Yeah.
So when he was disputing Riley's egg test at the beginning, and he was offering gravity as the alternative possibility, did he provide a test of proof of gravity prior to that?
No.
Well, it was just he just put it out there.
Yeah, he just said gravity, right?
It's just something that we should just accept.
This globe, this gravity.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because I thought I might have missed it.
Yeah. Riley didn't have chance to demand a test of him, obviously, because he was the one making the video, and he was so. Yeah, these certain things only work one way, like Kevin said. Hoping, fingers crossed, it may work both ways.
And finally, demand that of both sides. So if you see,
there you go. Look.
Oh, there you go.
Both sides, but I mean that's a bit. Presuming there's only two really there, isn't it? I mean, of all sides would have been better. All sides would have been much better.
Correct. Yeah.
Everybody.
That water curves on the scale of planets, then I want you to demand these things of that claim. You say, I'm not going to believe that claim that water curves until you can show me a way to test it.
There you go.
And make corrections.
There you go.
When anything you said was wrong.
There you go.
And same on the other ways. Water never curves. Water's always flat.
A water level establishes a horizontal plane
that can distinguish whether it is flat or not. And do not tolerate if somebody refuses to accept the results of your test. When your test comes out, I want you to hold your people to those results. Okay, so that's all I got.
There you go.
Thank you very much. That was really interesting.
Thank you. It was really interesting.
There is one thing I would like to add to that list.
Go.
Credit your sources.
That's a bit academic on it, but yes.
It just makes it so much easier to double check what you're saying and find out where it comes from. And
absolutely.
Yeah, like when I was talking to a flat earther who had film of an island over the water, and he made that claim, and I was like, well, sure, I would like to check your claim. And he refused to tell me where it was filmed from. And I'm just like, I mean, he gave me the general area. He like sort of drew a blob on the map. And I don't know why he did that. Actually, I have a suspicion why he did that. My suspicion is he did that because he knew somewhere in the back of his mind, he knew that if I actually went to that location, I would know what I was looking at. And I would discover that there was something wrong with his observation, because he knew that his observation couldn't be true because it showed that the earth was flat. And I find this is universally.
Did he just say that?
Yes, he did.
Wow.
Can't possibly be true, even though
it confirmed that the earth was flat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was wondering if I heard what I heard.
Yeah, he definitely said that. That's
yeah.
Yeah, that was a nice get out. And these guys are going, oh, I admire you for that. Come back. Look at this guy's face here. He's like, what? Not too sure about that.
Pictures from space are all right, but pictures which proves flat Earth are not correct.
What confirmed flat Earth? It can't be true because.
And it couldn't have been. It couldn't have been that the person he was speaking to, being in the quote flat Earth circles, knowing what happens in 2022 when you deviate from the narrative, whatever the narrative happens to be, that an unscrupulous person might find out who you are, where you live, what job you might have, who people are that you know, and might do some untoward things. I mean, that would never really happen. I mean, like these types of people would never use Google Earth or anything like that to actually take
the
pictures
locations
of
of
someone's
where people
house
are.
and show their like front doors, or maybe how crappy their driveway looks or not. Or I mean, they would never do anything like that. So it couldn't be that the person he was talking to was a little bit leery about giving him a location because that's where that person lives, perhaps. Couldn't be that. It's just if I went there, I would know what I would see, and it would prove that his observations were bull.
I like to imagine
Very
that it's my lad, and like it was me on Twitter when we took the 85-mile shot of Isle of Man. Because I didn't tell him where I was. I just give him a roundabout general idea. Why would you tell him where you're taking your pictures from? Like, it's just a picture. Doesn't
super interesting
anything.
that comment. Yeah. Super interesting that comment. Yeah.
True. That extreme contrarians actually, at some level, understand that it's not correct. But there's yes.
It's like he's struggling now. He's
in this case, so it was a flat earther. He had a video of an island, and he was convinced that this showed that the Earth was flat, and so he told me roughly where it was, and then I had to go using Google Maps and scrub up and down the coast looking for exactly the location, and I found the exact location because you could tell from the video, some landmarks in the video, you could find it, and I did. So it took me half an hour, but I found the location, and sure enough, I checked it and found it was a real video, but it was not the island that he said he was looking at. It was entirely in a different direction, and actually what he had filmed was globe proof. He had filmed perfect globe proof, proof, the solid evidence that matches.
Wow. He said proof twice, and then he bunny-eared it. Proof with bunny ears. Nice.
Nice. And just then shouted up and down that it was flat Earth proof, which is pretty typical, honestly.
He doesn't look like an honest man when he's saying that. I don't think he believes himself when he's saying that.
And he presented himself as unbiased, but I doubt he is unbiased.
Yeah.
One thing I do want to sort of add here, not really adding to anything you've really said, just sort of something that we talked about when we discussed flat Earth in the past, is I want to make it clear we're not saying that flat earthers are idiots or anything like that, or that they're somehow incapable of doing science correctly. A lot of the time it's maybe not having the experience of having done it correctly, maybe not been shown good ways to engage in critical thinking or designing tests and things. And I'm hoping that if you are a flat earther watching that, that's what you can take away from this evening. I think Matt has done a brilliant job of laying out the ways we can, both sides can develop tests and test things and come up with answers that, while they don't prove anything, they can give us good reasons to believe things one way or another. And
oh wait, what about the third way? Both sides, and then woohoo, waving our hands over here. We're just coming from a reality standpoint. Not particularly globe Earth, not particularly flat Earth, just reality. That's where we live, where our tests are coming from, and maybe even a real proof to see how it goes. But these tests are going to be good. I like the way that this is moving on. This is only a month old, this video. So this is the group of people that we're hoping to chat to. Obviously, the group that we're in, they're not doing anything like this. They're not preparing for tests, talking about 2, maybe 3 different sides, all sides of the argument, thinking critically. It's good.
And good methodology for critical thinking. So I don't want I always find, because I often engage with people in the chats on our video and stuff like that, often find that people will come along and they'll be a little bit offended by maybe something we've said or something like that. And I really hope that nobody is. We're not saying you're deficient or anything like that. You know, we're just saying that if you've not done science before, you might not know the right ways to go about doing it. And I think that Matt's done a brilliant job this evening of laying that out and why there are good ways and bad ways of doing these things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm going to double down on that. It's easy to make fun of flat earthers, and that's why they are such a popular choice, because the cliche of bad critical thinking. But the truth is, we can learn from them. We can learn about these little pitfalls, these simple little pitfalls, like simple little things like testing on Tuesday to see if the sun rises every Tuesday is an example. It's an obvious example, but it shows a mistake that's very easy to make and is not maybe well taught, right? We don't stress that. When we teach the scientific method, we don't normally really stress the importance of testing those competing hypotheses. And so it isn't, I don't mean to be just like me.
But the sun rising on Tuesday perhaps isn't one of his best.
No,
it doesn't really portray anything within this argument.
It's retard mode. It's actually retard mode.
How can you test a common notion? This is ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, perhaps he could do with a better sun rising on Tuesday argument. I don't even know what to call it.
It would be like, hey, Mayday. The ship is calling Mayday on Tuesday, so is it sinking or not?
It's meant to be an example of a bad argument, I think. But, I mean, I don't know. It's not an argument. It's a bad scientific test. It's not even that. It's not even that.
This guy's like talking about critical thinking, but he's not even thinking to begin with.
Well, he's definitely
he's now talking about scientific method. He used these words just now, and now he's talking about checking sunrise as a test. I think within scientific method.
I think so, yeah. I think he thinks that's an example of a bad test that flat earthers do within the scientific method, and that's what he needs to help fix. Like, I don't really think this flat earther, like I said to him at the beginning, this idea that he has of the flat earther, I don't think it exists. I don't think there is a person that fits this bill. Never mind an entire group of people that fit this.
Yeah, it's a straw man. That's a good point. I didn't even think about that until you just said it. He constructed a straw man, then made a whole video about how the straw man should not be much of a straw man.
No, his video is how to be better at making tests and thinking critically about things. Hopefully we can all work on that.
Yeah. I was thinking about how he titled the video. But you're right.
No,
the title was kind of clickbait.
Yes. Yeah, that's what they do, isn't it? And it's there to trigger flat earthers too. It's like Steve Austin.
On flat earthers here, I know. I'm sorry if I've offended some folks. What I want is all of us, especially the non-flat earthers, the regular people who've never given this any thought. How can I test something? Where do I draw the line between who is an expert and who's trustworthy and who's not? Because we all have like real questions like, is the earth flat or not, right? It's not going to affect your daily life.
He's right.
Unless you're in some limited number of fields. But there are decisions that affect everyone's daily life, and we need to know what is true. And yeah, I think we are now officially in the post-truth era. So, what are we going to do? How do we deal? And so that's what I want to really have people think about as we're looking at this. Flat earthers, they're not dumb. I mean, there's been numerous studies on that, and there are correlations that are shown, like correlations with education level and various conspiracy beliefs. And yeah, there are correlations, but there are plenty of very intelligent and even educated people who believe extreme things, all the way up to including flat Earth. So to dismiss them as stupid or ignorant is a folly. That's a folly that I want us to not make. I want us to look and say, how did an intelligent person come to that conclusion? The first thing I want us all to ask is, are they wrong? Could they be right? And do a few of these tests, right? That's what these tests are about. Do 3 of those tests. And if any of those 3 tests comes out in their favor, it's time to give them a bit of a nod, right? But if you do 3 tests and they all come out globe, then you can say comfortably, no, they're wrong. How? And then ask, what happened in their mind that led them to this different conclusion than I have come to? And am I doing those same mistakes in something else? Like, have I bought into chocolate cures cancer because I saw that in a science blog? Is it true? Right? I think we've all seen some claim along those lines.
Yeah, I think all 3 of us came from extreme beliefs in our past to skepticism later in life. So we have believed crazy things in our past, and we've learned to discern better.
You've used your discernment?
Yes.
Yeah.
My intuition, yes.
Well, yeah, hopefully we don't use intuition. Intuition is fraught with peril. That's how con men work, by the way. I don't know if you've ever been a con artist yourselves, or been conned. The best way.
So yeah.
Oh, there you go. The best way to lie is with statistics. That's what I've heard.
Make
Right.
anything
Okay, well, I think that's a great place to end. Again, thank you, Matt. Before we talk about what we're doing next, do you want to tell people where they can find more information about you?
Oh, sure. Well, it's I have a YouTube channel. Let me go and grab the link. I'll just throw it in the chat if that works. Let's see if I can.
I think it's in the description of the video.
Oh, it's in the description.
Anyway, so let me have a look.
I'll put it in the chat anyway.
Yes, I did. I put it in there, so it is in the description.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah, I Can Science That. It's a YouTube channel. Yeah, the main gist here is it's a lot of like flat Earth and investigations into flat Earth and flat Earth claims. I don't do debunking though, and I really don't do debate because that isn't productive. What I want, and if there are any flat Earthers out there who see this, please reach out to me. What I'd like to do is have a discussion, because I believe there's a truth, there's an objective reality, and we can use tests to determine what that is. So let's get together and agree on that. Let's agree that we can test for what is truly reality and do a test like we did last year. It's summer again, so maybe we'll do if you guys want to do another test, let me know. We'll do something this summer if you want.
Sounds good
test
to me.
something.
Cool, thank you. Okay, so coming up next time, we are going to be talking to Dr. Stephen Barrett about misconceptions.
Right, well, how do you reckon to that? I'll get this chair copy.
Well, he did come.
I think Askin asked him to come over, I think. And if it was you, Askin, thank you very much. Because that's good.
So I'll definitely commend him for that. Mm-hmm. And I hope he returns to have a discussion about your test. That would be awesome.
Just a conversation is all we're after, like we've been saying.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just that, you know, they take every challenge as an attack, and it's not, you know, what we're doing, especially not here. We're just trying to get to the root. That's all. Challenging an opinion is not an attack. Discussion about your test.
Conversation, that would be isn't it?
Exactly.
All right, I'm just putting the YouTube, the video that we did earlier, and wait a minute, let me check. I think it's on the alert. It is. I will get this guy's link. I Can Science That's YouTube channel. Right, here we go. And here we go. This is his channel. That's the video that we've just gone over from the Cambridge Skeptics. And the link that I've just put in there right now is the link to I Can Science That's YouTube channel. I shall put a message in, can I? Don't know.
Are they all Cambridge graduates? Is that why they chose that name?
I don't know. They might just live in Cambridge and be skeptics.
Okay.
I don't know much about them other than we met that one guy called Andrew on the bridge.
Yeah.
As Rumpus turned up with Farmer's Boy, Andrew then walked down to them. And then they disappeared. They went to the other end of the canal.
Didn't invite you along, huh?
Well, he didn't even come and look through the auto level and anything. None of the cameras.
That's so weird.
Yeah, so weird. And now they don't seem to want to talk to us either. Those guys over there at the Cambridge Skeptics. So. I mean, I've offered them the same thing. I mean, Rumpus has got his test. I mean, they don't want to seem to see our test doesn't seem to be able to. They says it doesn't prove anything, but it's only to prove a straight line within Euclid. You know, we're just realizing Euclid.
I don't know what to say about that anymore.
Well, it'll give me a chance. Like I say, my lad's just finished school, and I'm hoping to get him involved with this proof, the test, the way to work through that from beginning to end. I'm hoping to be able to present this as the test at the end, the final product of the test, but from first principles all the way up to it. I think we can.
I'll see why not.
So hopefully this is the sort of thing we should be doing now. Planning these tests, looking into it, having conversations with these people who seem to want to look at the tests. They want to think critically about things. Because, I mean, this critical thinking that these guys are talking about, I've never really heard anybody around these parts talk of critical thinking like these guys do. Other than us, of course. With the logic that we've been doing. But I get these guys are about as close as I've ever seen to anybody willing to take this sort of stuff on.
But I think if they're actually using critical thought, I think they'd have a few more questions about what they agree with by now.
Well, hopefully we can cause the skeptics to think more critically about stuff.
Yeah, and I hope when you get it, if it comes to that point, they don't run away like a lot of people tend to do.
I get the feeling. I mean, this guy sounds to me like math. He does sound very similar.
But really, I didn't get that.
Maybe it's just the way he talks. So I don't see this guy going away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, if he's sincere about what he just said, especially at the end of that video, yeah, he should be good for the show, for the conversation, for sure.
Yeah, I'll have to remember tomorrow to put those links in the YouTube chat. I don't know whether I can do it here tonight. I'll sort it out later. I will definitely put those 2 links for those videos in the chat. The Cambridge Skeptic guys, I think they're the ones that are helping Rumpus on the Bedford level test. So they're going for the nutsack drop, the 17-foot.
Wow.
Yeah. So it'd definitely be worth having a talk about this guy, even if we don't want to talk about our test, we can definitely talk about Rumpus's test as well. So thanks for coming, everyone. Anybody got any final words? I think it's about time we wrap it up as that. We can do these sort of videos. If anybody's got any videos that are like that you want us to have a look over, we can go over that sort of stuff.
I think
it's solid, Bev. I mean, really, I think it worked well. It really worked well, and I'm happy. I'm complete.
I think that word science in his name, his nickname, is not accidental, because I think that we are in time that some people are trying to redefine word science. So this is very, very hot topic here. Word science, what it really does mean.
Yeah, I think we should maybe change one of the days maybe do it a fortnightly one where we do a we'll science the shit out of this night, right? If that sounds like proper hardcore, doesn't it? Put your work boots on and come on down. Let's fucking science the shit out of this stuff.
Yeah.
The new science for 2022. Now, we'll just stick to proofs, I think. I mean, like, that's definitely where it's at for me. Because if they say there aren't any, then wouldn't it be even better to just go and grab a few?
Might as well.
I mean, if a proof is a truth and a way to get to the truth, surely there's got to be plenty of truths out there. Got to be loads of them. Just got to find a way to get it.
Coming to terms, right? Maybe that's where we have to start.
Yeah.
Before we talk about the test, because the devil's in the details, as they always say, right? So unless you can come to terms, for someone who claims to not believe that there are proofs, but that he only requires evidence and that's enough for him, than someone like you or us coming around saying, yeah, there's definitely proofs, but then having both he and us say there are objective truths, which we heard him say in that video. I don't know that you can come to terms, but it would be interesting to try.
Yeah, that's the idea, isn't it? We're after that conversation to see whether we can.
Yeah.
That's why I specifically asked him about this middle term because the middle term in syllogism is experiment in physical world, and as I remember, he agreed with that. So I think that it proves that science is for proving reality. It seems like, but he was inconsistent in this video with that.
Yeah, which is for gaining knowledge and obviously finding the truth of things. And yeah, I think that's what we've been all about. I think this guy coming around at this time is exactly what we need at this time. Us particularly. New blood, new direction. We'll get out of here. We'll talk about logic and proofs, truths, geometry.
Put him to test.
Yeah, or anybody else that wants to come and have a chat about these sort of things. I mean, we're going through proofs and stuff all the time. And the conversations that we have, like the FE dogma and the FE dogma's twin tangent LIGO arm, there are plenty of proofs being developed right now. It's going to be good. Good times coming up, right? So thank you for joining us. So everybody okay with all of that? Yeah, jolly good. So thank you very much for joining us. We are back tomorrow. Kevin, are we going to have a go at Trivium? I don't know. Can we go into fallacies or something like that? You know,
we can have a talk. Yeah, we can have a talk about it. I haven't been able to prepare anything because anesthesia and all the rest still hitting me. But
we will freestyle a Trivium day tomorrow, whatever's coming up, but we will try and stick to the Trivium logic fallacies area. I think we're in, aren't we, somewhere?
Yeah, as a teaser, maybe we just throw out the idea that let's get some people in here to discuss what they think fallacies are. Throw them out there. What's a fallacy to you? Not necessarily the named one, but just the concept of a fallacy. What does that mean? That might be interesting. Speaking of coming to terms.
Yeah. We'll just go to that.
Flip that out there.
Yeah. Okie. Thank you very much for being here tonight. Thank you very much for coming and watching us. A few more people watching. Thank you very much. Hope we've had a good show for you, and join us tomorrow. Trivium, logic, fallacies. We'll do our best for you. See you later. Thank you very much.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, that will show the proof. I am the one, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning beginning was found, this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one here that will show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their mind. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.